Honorable members, Madam Speaker.
Prayer.
Almighty God, who in your infinite wisdom and providential goodness have appointed the offices of leaders and parliaments for the welfare of society and the just government of humanity, we beseech you to look upon with your abundant favor these your servants, whom you have been pleased to call to the performance of such important trust in this land. Let your blessing descend upon them here assembled, and grant that they may, as in your presence, treat and consider all matters that shall come under their deliberation in so just and faithful a manner as to promote your honor and glory, and to advance the good of those whose interests you have committed to their charge. Amen.
Item 2, communication from the chair.
Honorable members, I want to welcome all of you for this morning sitting. Today is a very important day. We'll be doing one of our most important roles as legislators, and that's appropriation. So we need to make sure that we do appropriation so that this country gets what is expected of them. And this is where we'll make sure the national cake is equally and equitably distributed. Honorable members, you recall we adjourned this house on 6th May. And that was the reason why we adjourned the house. And it was basically for us to allow the budget committee to go for reconciliation, harmonization, and consolidation of the budget. And that is as per Rule 1492 of the Rules of Procedure. And as we embark on that, we must do it with all the dedication and the timelines are met. We've been having the National Housing and Population Census. So far, it has moved on well, apart from some small incidences in some areas. I want to urge members to talk to their electorates, encourage them to be registered, because at the end of the day, it is out of that registration that we shall know the population we have as a country. We will be able to plan for our people as a country based on the number that we know that we have, and we will be knowing the nature of the households, the houses that people have. So I want to urge you to encourage your members, your electorates, to ensure that they do register. Honorable members, on rather good news, finally, Uganda cranes is back to its what? home ground, the National Stadium Nambole. And we have been awarded to host CHAN. Uganda is going to host CHAN. And in a very special way, I really want to thank this house. You did a lot to make sure that we pushed so hard that this home ground comes back to where it is. And congratulate the owner of the constituency, Honorable Semuju. And I want to thank the president for loving sports and making sure that we have the money to finish that place. We also want to thank the Minister of Education and Sports for ensuring that this has been done, and now we have Nambole in place and ready to take on. And as we do that, let's not forget the engineering brigade, the UPDF. UPDF has done a very good job. UPDF, we want to thank you, and that is under the leadership of the CDF. We want to thank you so much for making sure that the place is finished. The small things that need to be completed shall be completed. However, we have AFCON that we won a pamoja bid for AFCON, and that was Kenya, Tanzania, and Uganda. All the other countries are already constructing. The only country that is still behind is Uganda. And it is likely that if we don't move faster, like we've moved faster on Nambole, that bid will be taken away from Uganda. And that's why you realize today in the supplementary, we have a supplementary before us that will be laid on table. And that supplementary is based on AFCON. We need money to start the stadium in Hoima. And that must be started. And remember, today we are going to do all the work, including appropriation. As we do appropriation today, after that we shall prologue the house. So in the process of prologuing and waiting for the next session, works must start. So I will request this house humbly that we do whatever it takes to ensure that works start in Hoima so that we are able to host AFCON. And based on that, we'll have a supplementary budget presented first after laying of the papers. I want to thank you so much. And thank you so much for coming this morning. Acting in law.
Thank you very much, Right Honorable Speaker. And I want to thank you for the communication you've given. I have been delegated by the rope to stand in for him. And the instruction has given me, one is to communicate his displeasure at the manner in which this house has been summoned without adequate notice, because according to him, the house should have sat, from the communication you had with him, was supposed to sit next week on Tuesday. And that will explain why a majority of our members, especially the side where we sit, are not present. That's one. Two, and I want to congratulate.
Your you've been assigned as a member of opposition or as my member of independent? Because, listen, I am your dean. I am your dean, and I was not asked as to whether I should give out my person. You're my person, my very own. And I was not asked whether my independence should be given to be acting lob. And I want you're a lawyer, a very good lawyer. He's one of the best lawyers in town here. One of the best. I adjourned the house sundown. And when I said sundown, I can even call 1 hour after. It was not specific that the house should be called on a particular date. And when you look at the rules, Rule 149, where are my rules? Where it says we must, 149.3, that the budget, a house shall consider the report of the sectoral committee and approved recommendations. 3, the budget committee shall present the report to the house not later than 15th day of May. Today is 16th. My independent, do you still want to continue?
Well, your independent was also assigned the duty of a shadow attorney general and in the ranks of the
And
other
next
side.
time I want to ask the parties, when you are signing my independence responsibility, you must get permission from the Dean of Independence, who is the speaker.
Most obliged. I hope they have heard.
Yes.
So the second issue, right Honorable Speaker, I wanted to communicate is to congratulate you and the House upon the conclusion of Nambole Stadium. Only that yesterday when we met the Executive Director, National Council for Sports, raised one concern. The shelter does not cover the last seat. And that is an area that the Minister of Sports should work on so that it is fit for the purpose.
Yes,
Thank you.
thank you. That shall be worked on. You're all standing on what? Yes, Macho. Then I call.
Madam Speaker and my colleagues, it is a pride that Nambole now is one of the stadiums in Uganda that are going to host many international games. But Madam Speaker, I remember Lop had very good words on this stadium. I thought that the Lop in the chair would really give an appreciation to government of Uganda more than he has done in this, since the person he's representing is busy in Europe, mushrooming propaganda against the NRM regime and strengthening the anti-homosexuals and mobilizing the anti-homosexuality money to come and disorganize our country. Madam Speaker, Uganda as a country, the law, when they're out of this country, they should give an image of Uganda as a country, not to go and work in the House of Lords to spoil the name of our country, to solicit money in the name of support of homosexuality, to tint our parliament, because when they tint our leaders, they are tinting us.
Honorable members, I don't want us to discuss what is discussed in another house. We have our House Parliament of Uganda. Honorable members,
Madam Speaker, I have a right to sit.
please sit.
Madam Speaker, I don't know why when I talk about anti-homosexuality law, opposition is disturbed. They become mad about it. I don't know what interest they have with the gayism. Huh? People should stop being representatives of colonialists in Uganda. Uganda is a sovereign country. It must remain a country to operate on its own. I don't know why it disturbs them when I talk about that.
Honorable members, honorable Semuju, you just sit. Honorable members, I was making a ruling. And I am saying whether the issue, whatever issue was discussed about this house, about Uganda, or about anybody in another parliament, does not concern us. Let's discuss about the floods that are affecting people in Uganda. Let's discuss about what is happening to ourselves. Let's not mind what neighbors are saying. Let people do their things in their own parliaments as we do our own things in our parliament. You get it, eh? Next item.
Item 3, laying of papers. Item 3.1, supplementary expenditure schedule number 3 for the financial year
Say
2023-2024.
First wait. You first wait. First wait. Honorable members, you will recall that on 3rd May 2024, you will recall that on Friday, 3rd May 2024, I guided that the budget-related documents that would be submitted to Parliament while the House is on recess will go to the Budget Committee, pending regularization upon resumption of the House. The supplementary request was submitted on 14th May, which I administratively forwarded to the Budget Committee. But based on what is happening in the Budget Committee, the fact that they have to present the budget by end of today, we need to have this budget. It is not because the Budget Committee has failed to do its work. It's not because the Budget Committee has failed to do its work, but because of the workload that the Budget Committee has, that this House will have to look at this budget. So can I have the Minister present? And that is as per pursuant to Rule 156(2) of the Rules of Procedure, and I mean Article 156(2) of the Constitution, and Rule 153(1) of the Rules of Procedure.
Madam Speaker, pursuant to the laws you have just stated, I beg to lay on the table the supplementary expenditure for financial year 2023-2024, schedule number 3. I beg to lay.
Yes, Honorable Call.
Right, Honorable Speaker, I was looking at Public Finance Management Act 2015 amended, and especially 14. approval annual budget by Parliament. One says Parliament shall, by the 31st of May of each year, consider and approve the annual budget and work plan of government for the next financial year, the appropriation bill and any other bills that may be necessary to implement the annual budget. Two, the Speaker may extend any period for consideration and approval of the annual budget by Parliament for a reasonable period. I think there is a contradiction between the Public Finance Management Act and then our rule of procedure. Honorable Speaker, I am seeing the pressure we are going through that by end of today, we must present and appropriate.
Well,
Are we really
Honorable-
proceeding right? Thank you.
we are proceeding very, very well. Because as of now, we are looking at the supplementary. We have not reached there. Yes. Let me hear from Tinka, then Honorable Angura.
Right, Honorable Speaker, you have just communicated that we are running short of time, particularly in considering the budget. The budget committee is very busy handling so many things, particularly to beat the deadlines. The Honorable Minister has just laid on table the supplementary estimates, which ordinarily under our rules of procedure, Rule 153, 3, it is supposed to be going to the budget committee. And the budget committee, as you have stated, has a lot of work. I wanted to move under Rule 16, that if it pleases you, Right Honorable Speaker and the House, we suspend this particular rule, 153.3, and move under Rule 151 to consider the supplementary estimates using the committee of the whole House. I beg to move.
Thank you, Angura. I'm here to really, maybe you want to add on that.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, arising from your communication and based on the request that has been presented to the House, that is the supplementary schedule number 3, and the items there too, which include, as among others, construction of the stadium that we need to support us as far as AFCON is concerned, but also aware that
Honorable Member Sechi.
Right, Honorable Speaker.
I wanted first, there's a motion that was brought by Honorable Tinka. Let's first dispose of Tinka's motion.
Yes,
And
but
then you bring in the Angura's order.
yes, but Right Honorable Speaker.
Tinka,
But Right Honorable Speaker.
Tinka, you first talk to Sechi too
But Right
on your
Honorable Speaker,
motion.
for members to upstage this House, when the minister was reading his request, and the member, Honorable Tinka Simire, preempts that we suspend the rules without even us knowing what is being presented. Honorable members, there should be a minimum. And Honorable Angura is proceeding to debate as if we have been as parliament formally presented by what the supplementary and what is all about. Aren't we looking bad? When parliament, when a few members try to hijack the oversight of this parliament,
Thank you,
and they want to
Tinka.
take over the roles of parliament, the cardinal roles of parliament, debating in anticipation. We have not known what Honorable Msasi is presenting, and members are already in full flight. They are presenting and submitting. What house is this? What kind of parliament is this you are making, honorable members?
Honorable members, check your iPod. We have uploaded the supplementary schedule. Tinker had a procedural matter.
Madam Speaker, I raised the motion in very good faith.
That is on procedure.
I raised the motion in very good faith. I don't want to frame that I have no idea and of what the minister presented, but I moved that we move under Rule 151. The committee of the whole house, the minister will present to the whole house, where members, me, and those who are disputing are going to be. If you have an opinion, you represent it. So wouldn't it be procedurally right that you guide the house,
Thank you.
particularly on this matter?
Honorable
Their members, they will debate.
Honorable Musasisi, could you first tell us about your supplementary? We want to, you first wait. Nathan, you're even late. I'm the one who sent for you. You first sit. Okay, you first sit. No, let him first tell us what you'll come. No, you'll come. Honorable members, let's get from him first.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker.
Shadow, you'll speak. Okay.
Madam Speaker, you called for the next item on our order paper. That next item is laying of paper, which is item number 3. There are 2 papers to be laid. The first one is the supplementary expenditure schedule number 3, which I guess has been laid. The second one is the corrigendum to the national budget estimate. Midway the processing of this item, the Honorable Tinker Simile raised the matter. He didn't even allow completion of this item. There is absolutely nothing that stops a parliament from handling and suspending rules to handle business. It has been done before, but it can be done neatly. First of all, Madam Speaker, as you rule, this supplementary is supplementary of government. Government has ministers here. How many are they? Senior ministers, including the Attorney General. In the past, by the practice of this house, the person who understands the urgency of a matter is laying is government, the one who is laying it. It cannot be a volunteer on behalf of government, and therefore rules should be suspended. I therefore, Madam Speaker, would like to ask you to guide. First, we deal with the laying of the papers as it is in the item that you called. But 2, after they have laid, they can be the ones to express the urgency that this matter is urgent. And then we listen to them. But to get volunteers to do their work, that would be too much.
Thank you. Honorable Musasizi, Henry, can you tell us the urgency of your matter? And
Thank
if you
you.
have the second, item, you also lay.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker and colleagues. You may recall that Parliament appropriated a total budget of Uganda shillings 52.736 trillion for financial year 2023-2024 disaggregated as follows: 31.263 trillion appropriated budget by Parliament and 21.473 trillion as statutory expenditure. In addition, Parliament has approved Uganda shillings 4.593 trillion as supplementary expenditure for financial year 2023-24 as follows: Schedule 1, 3.492 trillion, and Schedule 2, 1.101 trillion. Right Honorable Speaker, my ministry has received urgent additional expenditure requirements
He's now explaining
on
the
the budget
urgency.
But
for
Madam
financial
Speaker,
year
he can only explain the
2024.
urgency when you request that this matter is urgent. You move a motion and then explain. What you are doing now is illegal. So what are you speaking on now?
You move a motion.
So you can only move a motion, and then once the motion has carried, then you explain the urgency. And you are
Now,
senior MP.
first of all, I have not yet put a question on the urgency. Honorable members, there was a proposal from Honorable Chinka Simire on suspension. Nathan, Nathan, you come and sit here. Honorable members, there is a motion on the floor which has not been disposed of, where Honorable Tinka is saying we suspend under Rule 16. I gave him powers to move a motion to suspend Rule 153, 3, 4, and 5 because of the urgency that was being raised, that since we are supposed to host AFCON, can we have these people start their work? That is the motion that is on the what? On the floor. Is that motion seconded? Can you seconded by Fidra, by Faith, by Harriet, by Frank, by Lee, by Pius, by Banda, Moma, Chamaswet, by Macho, by Achut, by Achora, Linda, Pindi, Angora, Gafabusa, by Tom, by Basil, by Aliek, by by the whole house. Honorable members, those in favor of support of suspension of Rule 153-345, say aye, and the contrary nay. The ayes have it.
Motion that the House resolves itself into a committee of supply to consider the supplementary expenditure schedule number 3 for the financial year 2023-2024.
Honorable Minister.
Madam Speaker, I beg to move a motion that the House resolves itself into a committee of supply to consider supplementary schedule number 3 for financial year 2023-2024. I beg to move.
Would you, is it seconded? Seconded by Honorable Gwang, Tinka, Mpindi, Linda, Ibanda, Pius, by the whole house, include. Would you love to speak to your motion? Obama, what happened?
Madam Speaker,
Sorry.
Ministry of Finance received the urgent additional expenditure requirements on the budget for financial year 2023-24. Speaker, these have necessitated preparation of supplementary schedule number 3 for financial year 2023-24 amounting to Uganda shillings 288.634 billion. Accordingly, my ministry sought approval of cabinet during sitting on Monday 13th, 2024. I now give the details. Under vote 008, Ministry of Finance, Planning and Economic Development, an amount of Uganda shillings 132.634 billion, an equivalent of United States dollars 34 million. This is funding for Uganda National Oil Company needed for additional equity acquisition in East African crude oil pipeline to meet the cash call arising from delayed financial close by the financiers. This is required before 1st of July 2024 in order to meet the funding obligations in the ECO project. This funding will be accessed from the Petroleum Fund in line with Section 59.3 of the Public Finance Management Act 2015, which states that for avoidance of doubt, the petroleum revenue shall be used for financing of infrastructure and development projects of government and not the recurrent budget. Under vote 151, Uganda Blood Transfusion Services, Uganda shillings 2.5 billion is required to meet the shortfall in the operational budget for the Uganda Blood Transfusion Services for blood collection, processing, and distribution for this quarter. This will be funded using savings from the wage after the audit of the wage bill. Under vote 166, National Council of Sports, Uganda shillings 152 billion is required as 30% advance payment for the construction of Hoima City Stadium in preparation for AFCON 2027. This funding will enable the contractor MS Suma commence on construction of the stadium to be ready before the deadline of 31st December 2025, required by Confederation of African Football, CAF, for Uganda to co-host the 2027 Africa Cup of Nations. Under vote 514, Uganda Embassy in Geneva, Uganda shillings 1.49 billion is required to address the funding shortfall arising from the loss of poundage and increased schedule on account of Uganda's assumption of chairmanship of Non-Aligned Movement, NAM. The mission requires funds for accumulated dues on rent, salaries, medical insurance, and utilities. This needs to be settled by the end of financial year to avoid legal action from landlords, service providers, and contract staff. This will be funded using savings from wages after the audit of the wage bill. How do we the wage amounting 3.990 billion, and two, we shall transfer funds from Petroleum Fund amounting to 284.634 billion. Madam Speaker, our Petroleum Fund account currently has 400 billion. I propose to utilize Uganda shillings 284.634 billion in line with Section 59.3 of the Public Finance Management Act 2015 to finance the acquisition of equity in East African crude oil pipeline and construction of Hoima City Stadium. Right Honorable Speaker, Section 58A of the Public Finance Management Act states that withdrawals from the consolidated fund shall only be made under authority granted by an appropriation act and a warrant of the Auditor General to the Consolidated Fund to support the annual budget. Madam Speaker, with this justification, I appeal to the House to consider and pass the supplementary schedule number 3 so that we are able to finance these critical needs which cannot wait for the next budget in July. I submit, Right Honorable Speaker.
Thank you. Thank you so much. Chairman Sweat. There is a procedure matter.
Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Madam Speaker, thank you very much.
There is a,
Madam Speaker, thank you so much.
Procedure.
Now that we, yeah, procedure.
Procedure.
It's procedure.
is on procedure. Chairman Sweat is
I'm
on
on procedure.
procedure.
Now that,
Nathan,
Madam Speaker, we have constituted ourselves to the Committee of Supply, looking at the rules governing the Committee of Supply, Rule 154, would it be prudent for us that the chair,
we have not yet gone there.
the chair takes the
I've-
front seat as
I've
the
not-
chairperson?
I've not yet put a question. I've not yet put a question. Yes, yes.
Madam Speaker, Honorable David Bahati, listen to this. I think you trained them badly. You can say, oh, they are jumping wrongly. Eh? You trained them, and I wish you trained them better. Madam Speaker, you are aware under the Petroleum Fund. Please relax. You procedure is beyond the order. Madam
Honorable
Speaker,
Chairman Sweat, you know what how your neighbor is. So just, I think it's making a joke.
don't worry, I'll give you some coffee as you're going to Kapchora. Madam Speaker, you are aware under the petroleum law that to withdraw money from the petroleum fund, you need a resolution. And the minister is coming here, he's saying he's going to utilize money from the petroleum fund before having got a resolution to withdraw from that account. I'm sure the Attorney General is here, is listening to what I'm saying. So wouldn't it be procedure right that before we proceed to look for the money there, a resolution should be passed authorizing the Minister of Finance to withdraw money from the petroleum fund. That's the,
Attorney General.
that's why we went to school, not just them.
Thank you very much.
Honorable, first come back, stop insulting some members. You come back and say sorry.
Madam Speaker, I want to ask my brother.
Everybody knows that you went to school.
That Maswet, when you're passing Mbale, pass our place, I'll get coffee. If there's anything I've said which has disappointed you as a brother from the mountains, my apologies.
Thank
Like
you.
to accept the apology, but Honorable Mananala Mafabi should understand that I have a master's, the way he does it. And of course, I'm more informed. No, we are all informed.
Thank you very much, Right Honorable Speaker. Right Honorable Speaker, Honorable colleagues, Honorable Nandala Mafabi is correct that for you to obtain funds from the Petroleum Fund, you must get a resolution of Parliament. And I think this is the correct place to have it. The debate is here, and if Parliament deems it appropriate, it will then give a decision. Because the minister has come here and said he would like to get money from the Petroleum Fund. And that's a motion, and the House can make a decision on that. Thank you.
The minister said, I am requesting this House to authorize me. You repeat, Honorable Minister, repeat your statement. That's what he said.
Comes, there are two authorizations he's asking. Now, you must categorize the authorization. You don't give a blanket check, Attorney General.
You are going one day to pass something here and the people will go to the treasury and write it down. The reason why there's a specific resolution on petroleum is for purpose to safeguard that money so that we can only get out on issues in relation to petroleum. So, Madam Speaker, through your office, that's why we're around to assist, is that first, let us have a resolution to authorize you to get money. And when authorize you, that means you take that money from the petroleum to the consolidated what? Fund. Then when you take it the consolidated fund is when you will come and ask, then you will get the grant from the Attorney General.
Thank
from
you.
The Auditor General after we have approved.
Thank you.
And Attorney General.
Can I,
You know,
can
he's a
I,
very
can
bright
I,
man. Please advise better.
can I hear from the land leader of opposition?
Now speaking as the Shadow Attorney General.
Okay.
Or both. Well, I think the minister's motion has two legs. The first leg is to request that Parliament approves a supplementary expenditure for development purposes to allow UNOC acquire equity in ECOP. And the second leg is that this money will be financed by a withdrawal from the Petroleum Fund. And in my view, if Parliament considers this particular motion, it will suffice for both legs. I don't think you would need a specific standalone motion. You would need a specific standalone motion for withdrawal and then a specific standalone motion for this particular expenditure. In my view, this motion suffices. Speaking as a Shadow Attorney General.
Yeah, thank you so much, Leader of Opposition and Shadow Attorney General. Honorable members, that is the Shadow, you have something to say?
Madam Speaker and honorable members, the motion has been moved by the minister. I want to register my opposition to this motion. Madam Speaker, let me start with what the Auditor General said. The Auditor General, the Auditor General, now maybe the Auditor General, Madam Speaker, and I don't know if government ministers read the rules. The rules don't allow walking as if you are in a kiraro all the time, invading the speaker, because we need the attention of the speaker. Madam Speaker,
Honorable Assembly, you have my attention. And I can repeat all what you have said. May I do multitasking?
Yeah, Madam, I was addressing the ministers because for you are stating.
Okay, can you continue with the opposition?
But they keep walking there. Madam Speaker, I want to start with the report of the Auditor General. The Auditor General, in his latest report, mainly on page 19 to 24, he speaks about supplementary requests. And this is what he said. I want to quote him. continued approval of supplementary budgets without a corresponding increase in revenue financing could be attributed to fiscal indiscipline, which leads to increased funding gap affecting the area budget objectives. So the Auditor General reports, and I will use the year 2020 to 2023 because his report is on that year. For example, that in that financial year, with supplementary included, the total budget was 52.5 trillion. That's the total budget that you Parliament approved with the supplementary. But there was only 43 trillion. That is the financing that was realized at the end of the financial year. You first approved the budget of 48 trillion. Then you had 4.4 trillion in supplementary, making the total budget 52 trillion. But the financing available, money from taxes and borrowing, was actually 43 trillion. What the Auditor General is warning this Parliament against is that each time you pass a supplementary here, you give a license to Honorable Musasizi and his group to remove money from items you have approved and use it on their new priorities. That's what the Auditor General is saying. That's point number one. So approve this supplementary knowing that the money you approved earlier, first of all, the funding itself will not be realized because by the end of the third quarter for this financial year, URA had collected just about 20 trillion out of a 29 trillion target. If they work so hard, maybe they will make them 23. So what the Honorable Musasizi will do is to remove money from and then fund his new priorities. That's what will happen. So the second point, Madam Speaker, the budgeting through supplementary, which the Auditor General calls a fiscal indiscipline, people are running this country like a kiosk. That every week, because last week we passed a supplementary here. What has happened in the last 10 days that you did not know that there will be a need to construct a stadium? There will be a need to acquire equity in the pipeline? Because you brought a supplementary just 10 days ago, we passed it here. Now you come trafficking another one. One time the late Speaker Oranya said if he was in charge, he would have sacked all the ministers. Maybe for me, I would even send them to Luzira. 10 days ago, you brought a supplementary here. Now, after 10 days, you come running. Oh, wait, there is another one here. And you are my ministers. Each one of you will be in Luzira. That's where the warrant of detention will find you. So therefore, Madam Speaker.
Yes.
I want finally to go back to the law. The lawyers can help. If you go to section 76 of the public finance that categorizes items for which you can seek a supplementary funding. And section 25, 6 and 7 as unforeseeable and unavoidable. I want the planners in the ministry to tell me, when did you win the bid to host AFCON for you not to have factored the money of AFCON in the budget? And what is it going to happen between now? Because this budget that we are going to pass today, hopefully, is a budget that are going to implement in a period of 1 month. So what is it that you cannot wait, that is so urgent that you must fix it in a supplementary? So can I, Madam Speaker, I said I want to register my opposition to this motion, and those are the reasons. And these ministers, because you're also ministers of Uganda, these mistakes you make today, when this government has gone, one by one, you should walk to Luzira. We'll find you there. Thank you very much, Madam.
Honorable government legal advisor.
Thank you very much, Right Honorable Speaker. Right Honorable Speaker, I'll speak to the issue of ECOP. The issue of ECOP was actually unforeseeable because, as you all know, the financing model for ECOP was clearly to be done by our partners. Unfortunately, because of the change in the world order and economic setting, we have been required to put in equity. It was not known to us at the time we passed the past budget. On AFCON, the biggest requirement is actually a complication coming from my office. The contracts are available for me to sign, and I'm requiring the Ministry of Education to show me the source of fund before that contract can be signed. If Parliament is happy to wait until next financial year, the problem is we will lose timelines in as far as the deadlines to meet that. Unfortunately for me, the law doesn't allow me to approve a contract for signing without knowing the source of fund. So those are some of the reasons why we are here at this time.
Thank you.
Maybe just to add that, Honorable Semuju.
Honorable Attorney General, maybe as one of the prerequisites of us hosting AFCON was that we had to win CHAN. We had to win CHAN, which CHAN we just won last Friday. So now that we have CHAN, then we shall have AFCON.
Thank you very much, Right Honorable Speaker, for your support and addition. As I conclude, I just wanted to...
I am not debating, but I own a club in my school, which is one of the best clubs that is even representing the country in China.
But also, as I leave the floor, Honorable Semuju, the threat to send us to Luzira without trial is a bit unconstitutional. Just advising it.
Honorable members, I want to thank you so much. This is a very simple supplementary, which everybody understands. And I'm happy the person is Tinkani Sechi. One is a beneficiary, one is Honorable members, I put a question that the motion that the House resolves itself into a committee of supply to consider the supplementary schedule number 3 for the financial year 2023-2024 pursuant to Article 1562 of the Constitution of the Republic of Uganda and Section 25 of the Public Finance Management Act 2015 and Rule 153 of the Rules of Procedure. Those in favor say on the contrary, nay. and report back in 2 hours to the House. Next,
The supplementary expenditure schedule number 3 for the financial year 2023-2024, Committee of Supply. Vote 008, the Uganda National Oil Company.
I put a question that the sum of Uganda shillings 132 billion 634 million be provided for vote 008 Uganda National Oil Company as a development expenditure under the supplementary budget. I put a question that the sum of Uganda shillings 132 billion 634 million be provided under vote 008 Minister of Finance, Planning and Economic Development as a development expenditure under supplementary expenditure schedule 3 for financial year 2023-2024. Those in favor say on the contrary nay. The ayes have it.
Vote 166, National Council of Sports.
I put a question that the sum of Uganda shillings 152 billion be provided to vote 166 National Council of Sports as development expenditure and a supplementary expenditure schedule 3 for financial year 2023-2024. Those in favor say on the contrary nay. The ayes have it.
Vote 151, Uganda Blood Transfusion Services.
I put a question that the sum of 2 billion 500 million shillings be provided for vote 151 Uganda Blood Transfusion Services as a recurrent non-wage expenditure under the supplementary expenditure schedule 3 for financial year 2023-2024. Those in favor say on the contrary nay. The ayes have it.
Vote 514, Embassy, Uganda Embassy in Geneva.
I put a question that the sum of 1 billion 490 million shillings be provided for under vote 514 Uganda Embassy in Geneva as a recurrent non-wage expenditure and a supplementary expenditure schedule number 03 for financial year 2023-2024. Those in favor say on the contrary nay. The ayes have it.
Total.
I put a question that a grand total of Uganda shillings 288 billion 624 million be provided for as a supplementary expenditure schedule number 003 for financial year 2023-2024. Those in favor say on the contrary nay. The ayes have it.
Motion for resumption of the House.
Minister,
Madam Chair, I beg to move a motion that the House do resume and the Committee of Supply reports thereto.
I put a question that the House resumes and the Committee of the Supply reports there too. Those in favor say and the contrary nay. The ayes have it.
Report of the Committee of Supply.
Honorable Minister,
Madam Speaker, I beg to report that the Committee of Supply has considered the supplementary expenditure for financial year 2023-2024, schedule number 3, and totaling to Uganda shillings 288,624 million.
Motion for adoption of the report of the Committee of Supply.
Madam Speaker and honorable colleagues, I beg to move a motion that the report from the Committee of Supply be adopted.
I put a question that the report of the Committee of Supply be adopted by this House. Those in favor say and the contrary nay. The ayes have it.
Item 4, Bill second reading, the Excise Duty Amendment Bill 2024.
Honorable Chair, honorable members, remember we stood over this bill and we at committee stage. Honorable members, I put a question that the Honorable members, I put a question that the Exercise Duty Amendment Bill 2024 be read for the second time. Those in favor say and the contrary nay. The ayes have it.
The Excise Duty Amendment Bill 2024, Bills Committee stage.
Yes,
Madam Chair.
Minister of Finance.
Maybe just to remind,
Shadow.
colleagues with your permission.
Honorable members, listen to Honorable Samajo.
Just to remind colleagues with your permission, Madam Speaker. When we handled the tax bills, this one remained. And our issue, especially from this side, to which now I speak for, we reject increment of taxes, 100 on petroleum and 100 on diesel. Because if I do a recap, we are correcting 141,450.
That is under clause what?
That's why I was seeking your permission. We will come to that, Madam Speaker. It's not ordinary, but I thought you were around.
What I was saying, we are now in which clause?
We hadn't started. That's why I'm taking advantage with your permission to remind at least my side So the one that is here to vote, they don't need to be reminded.
Honorable, why don't we move clause by clause? When we reach that clause, you raise that issue. Clause 1.
Clause 1.
Shadow. Clause 1. I put a question that clause 1 stands part of the bill. Those in favor say and the contrary nay. The ayes have it.
Clause 2.
Clause 2. Masaba.
Chair, clause 2 is okay. Let's proceed.
I put a question that clause 2 stands part of the bill. Those in favor say and the contrary nay. I put a question that clause 2 stands part of the bill. Those in favor say and the contrary nay. The ayes have it.
Clause 3.
Chair.
Honorable Chair, we are amending Clause 3, amendment of Schedule 2 to the Principal Act. Clause 3 is amended A in paragraph A, item 1. In item D, by substituting 12% with 10%. And 2, in item E, by substituting 12% with 10%. And B in paragraph C, Right Honorable Chair, by deleting item A. 2, item B, by substituting shillings 5,000 with 2,500. And in item 3, in item C2, by substituting 100% with 80% and shillings 5,000 with 1,700. C in paragraph E, item 1 and item B, by substituting 12 with 10%. 2 in item D, by substituting 12% with 10%. D in paragraph F in item 6, by substituting shillings 75 with 50. E in paragraph H, by deleting item E. Honorable Chair and colleagues, justification is to reduce the cost of opaque beer and any other alcoholic beverage in order to increase the tax base and also to make motor more affordable. And illuminating kerosene should not be exorbitantly taxed since it's being used to the low-income earners. I beg to submit, Honorable Chair.
Thank you.
Madam Chair, my proposal is on G, which is cement, adhesives, grout, and white cement. My proposal is not to impose this tax and have this G deleted. I also propose that GA, which is on withdraw payment services to do with digital withdrawal of money, I propose that GA be deleted. I also propose, Madam Speaker, that we delete H, all of it. No 100 shilling on petroleum, 100 on diesel, and then the whole of kerosene should go away. Right, Honorable Speaker, those are my proposals, and I invite Parliament to.
Martin.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. Right Honorable Speaker, I understand the bill is intended to reduce on taxes. Right Honorable Speaker.
To reduce or increase on taxes. You're saying that you don't have a road to Buzaya. The hospitals are not there. So you want Akibwa, you need where, but what the people, what this is intended to do is to raise money to finance all those things that we are doing. So what Honorable Semuju is saying, that much as we accept some, let's not accept others. So we are also going to hear from this side. Honorable Semuju has presented, and that is that.
Thank you, Chair.
There's a procedure matter.
Thank you, Madam Chair. My concern is that the Honorable Shadow Minister of Finance is saying we delete this, but then they are not providing alternatives. Because by the time the government brings a proposal, it anticipates correct money to support the budget that we're going to pass today. So as a Minister of Finance alternate, don't you think it will be prudent or procedurally right that when you say we delete, for example, the withdrawal charge, the 5% withdrawal charge, which we anticipate the government is going to collect 100 billion, don't you think it's also procedurally right that you bring an alternative where government can collect this 100 billion to cover the gap that you'd want to be deleted? Madam Chair, please guide.
Honorable members, one thing I want you to know, this is an engine of revenue collection to fund whatever you want as a country. So when you're bringing in a deletion, bring an alternative and say, if we're deleting here, let's replace this by increasing the tax base. Yes.
Thank you very much, Chair. On top of what my colleague, Honorable Semuju, proposed, I think he left out one item, which is deleting item F, which concerns mineral water, because this will lead to an increment on the price of mineral water, majorly those who sell water in bulk, the 20 liters, the 20-liter canisters. So I'm proposing—
Pardon?
Chair, on top of what Honorable Semuju suggested, I do suggest we delete part F on mineral water because it's going to make the cost of mineral water, those who sell usually the 20-liter, the bulk water, is going to become quite expensive. That is the target of this amendment. And then on the proposals of fuel, because Chair, the committee agreed and we were together with this, we were with the committee on this, to reject the increment on kerosene. I think that is
That's
okay.
deleted.
Yes. On our proposal to remove the 100 shillings on motor spirit, and that is gas and diesel, I do propose an amendment in section 8C of the Principal Act to increase item 8F of the Principal Act to increase Jet A and aviation fuel by 100 shillings instead of increasing on our petrol. But Madam Speaker, if you allow me to answer directly, my colleague. First of all, we have a appropriation that is coming next. In the budget, there are many things that we are proposing when we reach that stage to remove from the budget. A lot of wastage. This particular proposal is going to give you just 200 billion shilling. You can reduce that budget by 6 trillion. Useless things like special drinks and eats. So there are many things in the budget that we will propose to remove. Actually, we are going to make a lot of more money available. So you don't need this 200 billion shilling.
Honorable members, let's not anticipate. We are debating in anticipation. Yes, Kampala Central. Search, you will come.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. Right Honorable Speaker, last financial year, when we tried to make proposals for increment of taxes on fuel, they were thwarted by the Ministry of Finance. And this was their reason. They said that when you increase the price of fuel, it will lead to inflation. And I would like to hold the Honorable Musasi accountable on this matter, last financial year. And the reason we were mooting then was that if we increased this levy on fuel, it would be translated, if we're ring-fenced, on improvement on the budget of infrastructure directly. And I was imploring this House that what we had interacted with the voters or with the people was that they were not worried about necessarily increment on the levy of fuel. The issue is how we use it after. If it is not translated into their own infrastructure, then they are disinterested as one of the priorities. So Ugandans are not saying no to taxes. They are only saying to where is our money that we contribute in form of taxes. So that's why I was asking the Honorable Minister of Finance, even if you are to use the numbers to take this matter that 100 shillings and raise, let's say, 300 billion, is it going to be put directly on their infrastructure, or it's going to be put to wishful expenditure of donations, this and this, this and this? That is the issue Ugandans are talking about. Because whether we want it or not, Right Honorable Speaker, last financial year, around this time, the cost of a liter of fuel, let's say petrol, was at about 4,300 something. Today it's at about 5,000 something. So whether we put in the factorization of exchange rate, etc., the price of fuel has increased. Now, the promise of government was that when we come in to become the sole buyers on behalf of Ugandans and sole importer on behalf of Ugandans, and we do away with the issue of middlemen, the price will come down. We came here and legislated towards that. Now, as we await for the price of fuel to come down, we are slapping voters with a tax. So where is the genuineness of the issue? Either we do not believe that the price of fuel will come down as a result of government becoming the sole importer on behalf of Ugandans. So if we all believe that the price of fuel will come down as a result of government being the sole importer of fuel on behalf of Ugandans, then there is no reason for slapping this price on fuel, because we shall save and use that other money for something else. But if we are genuine to Ugandans that, listen, this will happen, can we give Ugandans a commitment that all the money that we want to increase on the fuel levy will be directed to a fund that shall not be subject to these other hands, And you know what I'm talking about? That we come here and pick the money from the fuel levy and put it directly to other priorities. Right Honorable Speaker, I understand what, because, Right Honorable Speaker, I want to implore this House. The Minister of Works, both the senior minister and the junior minister, we are here saying, please give us more funds to do your roads. And we categorically asked from where. Now, this is what they are presenting. But there is no proof that this money that we are going to add on the tax of fuel will be directly channeled to fund construction of roads. Thereafter, they will be back here borrowing. So Ugandans are not saying we are not willing to pay, but they are only saying we cannot pay this money and enjoy potholes as others are using it for lavish activities.
Thank you. Search.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
After Search, then.
Thank you very much, Right Honorable Speaker. Right Honorable Speaker.
Honorable members, it is an agreed fact, the issue of kerosene, since it affects a local person down there, and since we removed the REA, and REA has failed, electricity has failed to reach to the villages, we are removing kerosene. it affects the local person who cannot afford to fuel a car, who cannot afford to do anything. Yes.
Right, Honorable Speaker, I want to start from a slightly different perspective. The impression being created, as I was seated, is that there is the proposal to delete the tax, and there is the proposal to impose the tax. But what I want to put across is that already there is a tax. There is a tax, members. This is not to say that there is no tax. Because for instance,
Sechi, there is a tax. What they are what they want to do is to make an increment.
that's why I'm coming. You see, Right Honorable Speaker, you have to carry members with you. And I'm building my case to that effect. As we stand now, there is a tax of 1,450 on petrol and 1,130 on diesel, meaning that already there is tax. So what the proposal here is aiming at is to add on the tax so that now petrol, we can have 1,550. And for diesel, it can rise to 1,230. And to me, actually 1,450. To me, honorable members, we have to go by the canons of taxation. And that's why I defer a bit. People are not saying they don't want to pay the tax, yes, but tax has to have a limit. And the more tax you impose, it has a negative effect. Because this addition you are making and you are imposing has...
Actually, what Sech is saying, the addition, when you look at kerosene and petrol and diesel, the increase is 100. But now when you look at the issue of kerosene, where there are so many people using kerosene down there in the villages, you're increasing it by 300 shillings. What mathematics was that? What was the basis of that increment?
Honorable Speaker, and I'm challenging the economists of this country. The tax you impose, you may have two principles, efficiency and effectiveness. The tax you impose must be effective and must be efficient. But what we have now, the burden shall be borne by the common person down on the ground. If you are talking about farmers, if you are talking about people from Chikubo, once you hike the price of fuel, it means the transport costs will correspondingly increase. It will mean that the bunch of banana the price will increase, will correspondingly increase. And that is not for the person who is a farmer down, but to the middlemen, because they want to cushion the cost of fuel. So to that extent, I'm telling you, the more you increase the tax, is the less demand you'll be creating. Because ultimately, this is having a multiplier effect across the economy. From the transport, from the produce, from the commercial entities in this country. Even those selling cattle, once a cost of each cow to be brought to the roofler here, and you touch on fuel, the transporters will extend the same to the person down there. Because vehicles have to move at the end of the day. We don't have the train transport. It means at this stage, Right Honorable Speaker, and I would implore government, why don't we maintain the price as it is? It is already heavy. Businesses are closing. And the moment you touch on the operational cost, because fuel is in the operations, goods are not consumed at the place of production. They are transported. Inputs are transported.
Please conclude.
Inputs are transported. Even the final products are being transported. So, Right Honorable Speaker and members, I would urge government, and I would like to tell them that the tax, the way it is already too much. I know my people from Remiaga, some forego even coming to Kampala on very critical issues because they cannot afford transport to and fro. And now that we officially increase fuel, I'm telling you, the taxes and buses are going to officially increase the transport fares and charges. And this is very negative on our communities. Let's remain with the tax the way it is. We can do something else, but not at this point in time when business is so bad and the economy is not doing well.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker.
Thank you.
Right Honorable Speaker and colleagues, it is our duty to advocate for our people on matters taxation. It is also our duty as members of parliament to also help government raise money for the effective running of this country. Madam Speaker, I have been contemplating and thinking deeply whenever we have discussions on taxes. There is a very critical subject in this country that we do not want as politicians and leaders in this country to talk about. There is a question of a very huge wage bill in this country, and it eats much on our taxes. Madam Speaker, when you look at the wage bill in this country, I think it is time that this House and government we start having a very honest and very serious debate on matters wage bill in this country. Because a wage bill in this country, Madam Speaker, has an impact on tax, has an impact on debts in this country. And Right Honorable Speaker. Honorable
Wakoli
yes,
from
please.
Butiru.
Yes, Madam.
Are you defending the issue of the taxes or you are?
Yes. Yes, but reasonable taxes for our people.
What is your suggestion? What is your suggestion?
A honorable member here was looking for proposals of how we can raise taxes. And it is in my considered opinion that if we also discuss, we have a discussion around the wage bill in this country, because a wage bill, Madam Speaker, in this country has the first call on our consolidated. So we are saying that
you're now on policy matters. We're in the yes, it is now actions. Honorable.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Honorable colleagues, what is very apparent is the fact that
honorable members, listen.
Honorable colleagues, what is very apparent is the fact that over time, the trends are changing. If Uganda was 3 million, we have moved to the numbers that we have now to almost 50 something. In terms of population, yes, we have not done the census, but we are more than 40. The needs of our country at the time, perhaps we enacted the laws on the relevant tax, were very different. But over a period of time, it has become very necessary for us to be able to raise money that can be able to sustain our economy and be able to help our population. I want to go with a suggestion that my colleague, Honorable Mohammed from Kampala, suggested. You see, we are having this increment go on the fuel, diesel, and the petroleum, petrol. But the suggestion he brought that the impact that our voters want to feel is that we should be able to ring fence and put this in our infrastructure. That's a positive suggestion for me. I would suggest the increment of this tax, but let it be going towards having that deliverable. Let Ugandans feel that we have covered, the tax has been increased, but it is addressing the issue of their roads complete. Yes, which should be very, very clear here. So, Right Honorable Speaker, I want to seek your, let government be very true to its words that this money, the increment we're having on petroleum and diesel, is going to help us to improve and be ring-fenced towards the roads. But the tax is not, but thank you.
No. Nathan.
Madam Speaker.
So you're using a proxy?
No, Madam Chair. No, I was waiting. And I'm very good. I'm a very patient person. Madam Chair, as the Honorable Sek said, it is not necessary that every now and then we should raise taxes so that we generate more. You can spur the economy and have more taxes. For example, let me give the demonstration of matoke. If I sell my matoke at 30,000 and I sell 10 bunches, I will get 300,000. It means I'll have more disposable income to spend. I will buy sugar, I'll buy soap, I'll buy alcohol, and all these are avoided taxes. And before I go to that, because they are under fear, you're right. And Madam Chair, even if you are talking of the villager, even if he doesn't come to town, the sugar he's going to drink is being transported. Therefore, he will pay the 100 shilling, which is being added or not on fuel. I want to plead with the government that why don't we make a trial? For the first time, we say we're not going to increase taxes on fuel.
Yes.
And see what will happen. I can tell you, the country will not collapse and there will be more income to tax because the transport costs will be lower and the people will be having disposable income to be able to spend on goods which already have indirect taxes like VAT.
Because just the trickle down effect.
Exactly.
There's information here, yes.
Maybe just to inform you that the last time from my research, the last time taxes were increased on fuel was in 2021. So it's not correct to say that every year taxes are increased on fuel. So the rates we are using are 2021, just for your information.
Madam Speaker, I know my attorney
It is
general. I said, and
honorable members,
not every time.
honorable
I never mentioned,
members,
every year. I said
honorable
every-
members, the last time it was increased by 100 shillings. That was in the financial year 2021, 2022.
Madam Chair, I love you for that because my attorney general, when he mentioned 2021, he was trying to mean that it was 2020 stroke 2021 and was changing the rule. So Attorney General, so I went to plead, Attorney General. I never said every year, I said every time. And every time can be even 2 years, whatever. Madam Chair, I want to make a proposal here. And I want also to agree with my brother Karim. Because J1 is used by Jet. Jet is used by, he never mentioned, I think when he meant 8F, it was meaning these local ones, which go to Kisoro, go to Arua, because this one, if you don't also increase, it means for them, those who use planes will not pay taxes on fuel, yet they're also traveling. And that's what was his argument, which I wanted to make clear. But on the international flights, they are at nil, because if we try to do international flights, we'll be making it dangerous. Madam Chair, I want to make a proposal that
I've seen my chair, finance, looking at me. Right, Honorable Speaker, when you look at the Principal Act, they are different. The jet engine, the jet oils, the petroleum used by those foreign flights and the ones used locally are different. And the amendment I suggested was for those that are importing into the country to be used locally. When you look at the international ones like Emirates and all that, they're all exempted. They're actually supposed to be at nil. So my proposal is that we look at increasing the one that is used locally. We are seeing people using these local planes to go to from parties. So I think we need to target that fuel that is imported into the country to be used locally because the foreigners are exempted. So instead of us looking at putting that burden to our people who are using motor vehicles.
You know, I wanted to make a proposal because we're not looking bad. 100 shillings is a lot of money. Supposing we put 10 shillings, Attorney General, because you want some increments, supposing we put 10 shillings instead of going to 100. What was the formula of 100? You see, what if you want some increment? Supposing we look at 10 shillings to maximum 50 shillings. And this will be a win-win situation. The second one, Madam Chair, the withdrawal charges of 0.5 on money.
There's a
Madam Speaker, for the time I've been here, I have been hearing members saying that you are not supposed to discuss a matter when you are a member of the committee. I am seeing Honorable is coming on the floor, and Honorable Masaba, and yet they are members of the Finance Committee, which discussed these taxes.
Honorable members, we are at committee stage, committee of the whole house. So there is no problem. Even when you're a member, you can discuss. So there's no problem with that.
Speaker, that's why I always plead with you for induction, more induction for. So, Madam Speaker, I have one of the reasons we have raised already.
Give us a solution. Can we people move?
Yeah, we're moving. That's why we have.
You'll sleep here.
So, Madam Speaker, Chair, I wanted to say on this one, I wanted to ask the government to show you that we are happy to have you increase, but not go high. Let us say we add maybe between 10 to 50 shillings on this. Madam Speaker, I want also to make one proposal. On when you talk about this service of withdrawals, I met my brother Musasa was trying to convince me, but who are the main users of services? You members of parliament, you send money to your voters. You have sent 1 million. There will be a charge of 5%, 0.5. And what will happen? The man, instead of getting 1 million plus other charges, to your voters, to go and pay burials, to go and for weddings and whatever, it will be charging you, instead of 1 million, it will end up to be 900,000. It is you to pay. Also, when you send to your mother or your grandmother, that's what will be withdrawing. Madam Chair, in professional services, let me give an example of a valuer. The valuer, when it comes to charge, they charge 0.025% of the value. But this one of 0.5% is on a very high side. Already you are paying the charge for transfer, which is also subject to tax withholding excise duty, you are aware, and with VAT. I would also make a proposal that instead of 0.05%, Madam Speaker, instead of 0.5%, I want us to make a proposal that we make it 0.025% as the valuers do it. Madam Chair.
That is on which one? On mobile money?
On mobile money. The reason is simply.
Mobile money is not in equation.
No, not by mobile money, the 0.05% charge.
There is 0.5% charge on the value of the transaction.
Yes.
That is not in equation.
No, we have a minority report.
Get information from your chair.
No, I know my senior has this information, but I'm just reminding him that the 0.5% on mobile money withdrawal is not an issue here, but rather we are talking about agency banking withdrawal services. Okay. Now, what we are trying to do is that we bring parity, because same tax rule, like you say, same service, same rule. You realize, honorable colleagues, that agency banking agents do the same service for Airtel and MTN Momo withdrawals. So this, to bring parity in the economy, we propose that the 0.5% that is applicable for the mobile money be applied on agency money bank withdrawal.
Thank you. Let him qualify what is being said.
I think, Right Honorable Speaker, honorable colleagues, today there is a charge of 0.5% on withdrawal of money, cash, on mobile money. The purpose of this is to level the transactions between financial institutions and mobile money. Secondly, if you're transferring money electronically from one person to another, so for example, if Honorable Nandala sent money to the agent and asked the agent to put it on the mother's phone, that will not attract a charge. Just to clarify.
Thank you, Chair. Why, what the Attorney General has said is right. What the Attorney General has said is right. Yes, there is a 0.5 charge on mobile money, which has been existing and it's not part of the amendment. So
Withdraw.
Yes, on withdraw of the charge. Withdraw of cash, yes, I'm aware, and then there is 15% on the charge in the Principal Act. So I am well aware of that. The argument is these people who are doing agency banking, they have funds that they use for mobile money, and then they have machines that they use to withdraw from accounts, because those are transaction accounts from banks. It's as if I've gone to an ATM and withdrawn. So there is no 0.5 charge when I withdraw from my account using an ATM. But what you want to introduce is when you're withdrawing this agency banking who is using, because they use machines owned by the banks. Yes, so you want to charge me if I'm withdrawing via an agency banking. And then when I withdraw via the ATM, I'm not incurring this cost. I think that is where the argument should be.
You see, I just want to make a clarification, my senior. The clarification is that agency banking agent is not the same as a teller in a banking hall. That's the only difference. And yes.
Madam Chair, I want to tell you today that agent banking is an agent of the bank.
Yes, yes.
And what happens is you will never draw money at the agent when you don't have money on your account. What happened is the agent, the moment I go there, I want to withdraw 1 million, he will first confirm, they have a mechanism to confirm that money is on my what? My account. If I don't have the 1 million, I will not be paid the what? The money. Let us not confuse mobile movement of money from my mobile to another one and the money from the bank account to me. So, Madam Chair, we must be careful.
The clarification I just want to get from you and from the proposers of the law. The agent has a principal, which is the bank. When I am withdrawing money directly from the principal, I do not pay tax. So why should I pay tax when I'm withdrawing from the agent of the principal?
And you have asked a good question. The agent, mobile bank, you asked me and you, and I'm coming to you. The agent, I will give let us demonstrate. Amos, our chair of finance, is the agent of Centenary Bank. He has been authorized to receive money and pay money. I go there, I want to draw 1 million. Amos will only give me money if he has confirmed money is on my what? Account. And the moment Amos give me 1 million, it will charge my account immediately in the what? In the bank. Immediately it will charge. I pick my 1 million, I put in what? In the bank. If I went to the Centenary, it will be the same. I'll just put in my ATM, I get my 1 million, and it will be not only the charge I may have is the ATM what? Charge. And that's where we're saying, where the agent is involved on money related to the bank, there is no way. Okay.
Honorable members,
Information.
Honorable members, when you look at the payment system, to answer what Honorable Nwagaba was saying, payment services of withdrawals of cash provided through payment system including withdrawal services provided by financial institutions or microfinance deposit institutions. that would be the answer to what Wilfred is saying. But now you're saying, but does not include. That was amended.
Yeah, it was amended during presentation, Right Honorable Speaker.
That, how would it look like?
Does include, not does not. But I just wanted to
Is
make
it
one-
in the committee's amendment?
Yes. it is.
What does it say? Read your amendment.
Right Honorable Speaker, the amendment is to introduce. And I remember, Right Honorable Speaker, when I read this, I even repeated myself for clarity.
It was in the report, but not in the amendment at committee stage.
Attorney
Right
General, just
Honorable
1 minute. Attorney General, 1 minute.
Maybe
Madam Chair,
let me inform.
if you remove this
Can,
now. No, if
can
you,
Attorney General inform?
no, it's coming, Madam. I'm going.
Please.
No, just small for it. If the committee now, for purposes of say that deletes this, it means now when I go to the counter to withdraw money, I will be subjected to 0.5% of the value. No, you remove. You see, check. Yeah, it says
Wait, you first
pay
wait and
service of
get.
withdrawals of cash provided through a payment system. A payment system means even at the counter is a payment what? System. Now, when you delete this, I go there to draw 10 million, I'll be subjected to 0.5% of the value. This is here.
You first.
If you leave it like this, better. Yes, you leave it like.
Yes.
Honorable colleagues, the matters dealing with the financial institutions, the banks, are in 14 of the Principal Act, not in the amendment. 14. Ledger fees, ATM, withdrawal fees, and periodic charges, and other transaction and non-transaction charges, excluding loan-related charges periodically charged by financial institution, is 15% of the fees charged. It's already there. No, we are saying that for the members were saying, let's add the banks. And I'm saying no. The banks are already being charged under 14. We are now saying, yes, please listen to me. The banks are already being charged under 14. Mobile money is being charged under 13. But agencies are currently not charged. So while
Chair.
Honorable Masaba.
Thank you very much, Chair. The Attorney General, what the Attorney General is saying, actually the Attorney General is misinforming this House. When you look at 14, they're charging 15% on the fees, Still, when you go to 13D, I don't know if you look, 13D, it's also 15% on the fees. Still, they are charging 15% on mobile transactions, 15% on the fee that the bank charges, and the fee that the mobile money company, MTN charges you. That is the percentage. Now, the amendment is introducing a 0.5, a fee on the amount that you withdraw. That you withdraw with cash from the agency banking. So unless, if the Attorney General is saying, we amend section 14 as well to include, which they are refusing, obviously. So then let us leave the way it is, because now we are introducing another fee on the people who are withdrawing from agency. Because if I'm operating an agency banker, a management banker, I will have my mobile phones that I use for mobile money transactions, and it is charged automatically.
Just take my clarification. AG. Madam Chair, this is a legal clarification. Honorable Attorney General, I want us to refer, Madam Chair,
Madam Chair, just, Honorable Musasis, and thank you, Madam Chair and honorable colleagues. Now, the matter creating confusion here is the two services. The justification is that there is one running mobile money and another one running agency banking.
Now
let's go.
agency banking is run by microfinance institutions and banks. Then Money Mobile is run by MTN and Airtel. So each of them has a principle.
That's where I want to go. That is where I want to go. And now the issue here is that one is regulated under the Financial Payment Services Act. And the other one, I'm building the point.
You should also remember that Airtel and MTN, they were also split. There's a company that deals with mobile money transactions, and the one that deals with telecommunication. So it's still, it goes into what
MTN, whether it's split or not.
What
made it to continue.
Okay, thank you. What was split is the license. One license is for the carrier, the operator of voice and data, and the other one is for the operation of financial services. Now, coming back to just a second. Mobile money, who are agent bankers. Agent bankers, in principle, are only performing a duty for and on behalf of a financial institution called a bank. And the duty they are performing is that where you cannot reach, or at times you cannot work, then I step in for you and I pick up these funds, I deposit them. On depositing them, I have a charge from the bank. But also on picking them, you want to slap another 0.5%. Now, let's look at what would be detrimental by introducing this tax. One, if I had 4 outposts, maybe I had one in Morolinga, where there is no brick and mortar bank, then I say, since the services are very expensive, let me retreat to the town. Now, I deny those ones in Morolinga financial inclusion. The issue is not how much we shall collect. The issue is how much shall we fail to do the banking. Right, Honorable Attorney General, what we ought to see that mobile agency bankers are only helping you to extend banking services where brick and mortar banks necessarily cannot reach. So by slapping this tax, it means you're reducing on their income directly. So it becomes detrimental. If it becomes detrimental to my income, therefore I reduce the number of posts in mobile agency banking that I use. At the end of the day, people will keep money in houses. They will not be captured in the digital financial inclusion services. And the answer is zero. That's why I wanted us to draw a distinction that MTN, as a mobile money receiver, does not do necessarily banking services. It only receives and helps you. What this one does is I receive where you can't reach, I relay, but I'm already charged for this deposit. When the customer deposits this money, the deposit charge is already taken. So if you include 0.5%, it will also be translated to the customer again.
Honorable members, I want to understand this from the chair. In my thinking, we are trying to increase the tax base. And increasing the tax base, we are bringing the cheaper cash, we are bringing the mango, the fintechs. Are those the kind of things we are bringing? But insulating commercial and microfinance deposit-taking institutions, is that what you bring?
Right Honorable Speaker, Right Honorable Chair, that is very true, and you're correct. And if you wish, I may read even the detail of how the report was done. The committee observed that the proposal to amend is intended to provide for an equal tax treatment to that of mobile money for payment services that offer similar services to mobile money. These payment services include cheaper cash, waiver
Listen.
transfer, among others. And at present, the withdrawal from these services are not subject to the same excise duty as that levied on mobile money.
With the exception of financial institutions
Yes.
and microfinance deposit-taking institutions. It
Right
is what
Honorable,
we want.
Right Honorable Speaker, you are very right. An agent banker is not
You see, the rules are very clear. You seek information from someone holding the floor. You jumped saying clarification. You want it from who?
Thank you, Right Honorable Semuji. I was informing.
Honorable members, I think there's only one person who has understood this. That is you first. No, you first wait. Karim, you first. You know what you brought? Agent banking. You cannot go and charge agent banker. Like a bank. You can't. What we are saying, all other services that operate like money mobile, like cheaper cash, like Mango, like fintechs, those are the ones that should be brought together to harmonize to be like mobile money. Oh, they are not.
Chair. Chair.
Yes.
Yes.
I-
Chair, thank you very much, Chair. But
Can I have
Chair, information here.
present?
thank you, Chair. That clarification now is making the issue quite clear, because people have resorted from mobile money to apps like cheaper cash and all.
Yes.
But the challenge, the way they had brought it, it was capturing those who are withdrawing through agency banking, not the app. Yes.
Repeat.
Yeah, that is right.
Repeat your statement. Repeat your statement. It is not financial institutions.
Madam Chair, information. Madam Chair.
Madam Chair, like we've requested, let me repeat. The committee observed that the proposed amendment is intended to provide for equal tax treatment to that of mobile money for payment services that offer a similar service to mobile money. These payment services include cheaper cash, wave transfer, among others. At present, withdrawal from these services are not subjected to the same excise duty as that levied on mobile money.
Just a second. Mr. Chair, I want you to tell me, if money is sent to you through Wave, how do you withdraw it? Because you see, the aggregator of your funds that are sent electronically is through mobile money. Therefore, at the end of the day, the mobile money charge is transferred to you, because there is no single outpost that tells you that you can. Just a second. The moment you receive money through Send Wave, for example, is from abroad, then it steps into your money. You can only convert that wallet into cash by presenting it to a mobile money agent.
Information. Madam Chair.
Madam Chair, what the government needs to help Parliament with, we've spent.
Just a minute. There is a way we've perceived this. We need to change our mind to accept what is reality. We have perceived, we are insisting we are going to be charged, an agent banker is going to be charged. That is not correct. If there is an agent banker of Centenary, of Stanbic, of where, that is not correct. They are not going to charge it. We are charging the system You get it, eh?
Yeah. But Madam Chair, the point I wanted to make, and I guess it will help. If you look at the certificate of financial implication for this bill, the total amount to be realized is 205 billion. And I think largely the money is on petroleum and diesel. We've spent half a day discussing maybe something that we will yield not even $1 billion shilling. Yeah. So my proposal is to tell Parliament to know exactly what each measure will yield. So the one that is not going to yield too much, we can forego it.
Right, Honorable Speaker. The issue I want to present to members as I take back the floor.
Honorable members, under 13A, payment services. Honorable Minister, I want us to look at this and say payment service of withdrawals of withdrawals of cash provided through payment system does not include withdrawal of financial services, financial institutions or microfinance deposit-taking institutions and the agents and their agents. We add and their agents, yes.
I would like to improve this proposal, to put this on floor also for discussion. Payment services of cash withdrawals provided through a payment system and includes all withdrawal services provided by financial institutions or a microfinance deposit-taking institution other than withdrawals at the counter inside a banking hall.
Right, Honorable Speaker, you can see the level of confusion of the minister. Okay,
Chair, can we have your attention?
Okay, the level of inaccuracy.
Chair.
The level of inaccuracy. That. Right, Honorable Speaker.
Chair, there are things we
Thank
must
you.
cure.
There's a procedural matter.
Thank you very much, Right Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, I'm praying that you guide this House when we are processing this bill. It's going to be implemented by the minister himself with his technical people. You can see the interpretation that he has. It is totally different from the intention of the legislature. At this particular stage, he's confusing us. Why don't you guide the House? Or I am praying that you guide the House. You guide the House. We actually delete this entire clause as it is because we are going to cause trouble to Ugandans when we
Honorable members.
When we allow the minister to move from this House with any form of amendment.
Honorable members.
Because
it's okay. Honorable members, listen to this amendment. First, listen to my amendment.
Thank you very much.
Listen to my amendment.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. And what the minister was suggesting would be suicide. It would mean we all stop using the ATMs and line up on the bank, in lines in the banks to avoid.
Bring the amendment.
So my amendment, my proposal would be, or I propose that we amend as follows. Payment of services of withdraw cash provided through payment systems, but
does not include withdrawal services provided by financial institutions, microfinance deposit-taking institutions, and agents of financial institutions. That is agency banking. We will have excluded them.
Yes.
That is.
Those in favor say on the contrary, nay? The ayes have it.
Madam Chair, I have something to state. At least listen to me. At least listen to me. Listen to me. Yes, listen at least. Don't deny me the right to tell you something. You might object it, but listen. Thank you. The Honorable from Hoima is insisting that no, but I have no problem with him. Since the Right Honorable Speaker, you've allowed. When we talk about
There's a procedure.
financial payment services,
Thank you very much,
Madam
Chair.
I'll take the procedure.
Thank you very much, Chair.
Which procedure?
Chair,
Allowed me to speak.
Chair, thank you very much. Chair, the procedure issue is, Chair, this is a committee of the whole House. But the discussion is going on with members of the committee only. We raise up, Madam Chair. For example, I stood up to give information. I have a teacher who told me he withdraws money using an app from the bank. A teacher uses an app to withdraw money from a bank. Now, this, every time she withdraws money, she is charged money, a tax on that app. When that money goes to withdraw, she is supposed to access it using mobile money. Again, every time she withdraws money from the mobile, she is taxed. So that is double taxation. So every time you go for these other applications, because that's what you're targeting, you're going to double tax this person. He pays a tax on the app, he pays a tax on mobile money. But when we raise up, you don't give us chance. Thank you.
Patrick, Honorable Patrick, that is in the law. So if they are being charged, it is in the law. Withdraw charges. Even me, I'm charged. It is not only that teacher.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. Now that the procedural point of our colleague has been disposed of.
Yes.
Right Honorable Speaker.
Honorable member.
I saw.
Now you wait, let him finish his
Thank you.
issue, then another person will come.
Right Honorable Speaker, when we talk about payment services, I heard clearly why the Honorable Minister wisely said that he was targeting issues like of startups like cheaper cash and SendWave. Now, you must understand why people, mainly in the diaspora, use these applications to remit funds home. And you must understand that one of the biggest income earners, revenue earners to this country that has grown our economy is the remittances. Yes, no, I'm talking about the remittances that he talked about. Now, Right Honorable, you'll come, you have a substantive part to debate here. Right Honorable Speaker, the issue we are talking about, when you target SendWave,
Honorable Sir,
when you target SendWave,
I just want the record to be clean. The
Honorable
Chair,
Medi.
the Honorable Chair put the question and it was passed. So, yeah, but we are saying, are we recommitting?
We are not.
We need to be clear as to what we are doing.
Thank you, Honorable Chair.
Honorable members.
Let me.
Honorable members. Honorable members. You know, Honorable Medi is an IT person. And he's giving us information. He's giving us information about what happens in the IT system. Like just like Sechi is saying. It's great. But of course, that part passed. But give us information.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Maybe you'll get the feedback from also the public that uses this later, so that you actually know what you've exactly passed. So if you target things like SendWave, these applications are used by people normally outside this country to send funds back home. And the rationale was that platforms like Western Union, etc., were extremely expensive. Now, the young people came up with these innovations to try and lower the cost of remitting funds home. Now, what happens if you slap 0.5% of the value of the transaction? That means if I send, this here is 0.5% of the value of the transaction. It means when I send 1 million shillings home, how much is deducted? 0.5%. And you know what it means if I've sent this money to construct my house? If I've sent money that I was remitting on a salary loan and I'm a kadama somewhere or a house assistant working somewhere.
Let's finish.
Working somewhere. I'm trying to show you the impact of what is being introduced, Right Honorable Speaker, and respectfully. And what I'm saying in this way is that what you're going to bring about is the black market that it will introduce. And what will happen is put my money in Dubai here and I receive it from Chikubo somewhere. And it will create dangers and a bypass. Let me finish my point. You raised your point. So what I'm trying to say, that deleting in order not to deter these services is that when you put in your numbers, provide an example, Right Honorable Speaker, if you're sending through SendWave, you issue the number of the customer you're sending. And the aggregate on behalf of SendWave would be, let's say, Airtel or MTN. Therefore, the charges already there that are instituted by Airtel as a mobile money aggregator are carried, and now this will be a secondary charge of 0.5%.
Procedure.
Information. I want to give my colleague information. I have been using, Chair.
Honorable members, I put a question that Clause 3 be amended as proposed by Honorable Karim and Honorable Chairperson. Those in favor say to the contrary. 13. It is Clause 3. Clause 3. I put a question that Clause 3 be amended as proposed by Honorable Karim and Honorable Chair. Those in favor say and the contrary nay. The ayes have it.
Clause 3 as amended.
I put a question that Clause 3 as amended stands part of the bill. Those in favor say and the contrary nay. The ayes have it.
Title.
I put a question that the title stands part of the bill. Those in favor say and the contrary nay. The ayes have it.
Motion for resumption of the House.
Madam Chair, I beg to move that the House do resume and the committee of the whole House reports there too.
Honorable members. We deleted kerosene. Honorable members, can you sit? It was what I just said. What's wrong with you people? Honorable members. Honorable members. Honorable members. Honorable members. Honorable members. Honorable members, there is a procedural matter.
Madam Speaker, so the clause.
Oh, Sarah, stop informing people. Kerosene has not passed.
Madam.
Honorable members. Honorable members. Honorable members.
But you had allowed me to raise the proceeding.
Honorable members. Honorable members. Honorable members. Resume the House. No, you disturb the House. No, I put a question at the House resumes and the committee of the whole House reports there too. Those in favor say and the contrary nay. The ayes have it.
Reports of the Committee of the Whole House.
Honorable Minister.
Madam Speaker, I beg to report that the Committee of the Whole House has considered the bill entitled the Excise Duty Amendment Bill 2024 and passed it with amendments.
Motion for adoption of the report of the Committee of the Whole House.
Honorable Minister.
Madam Speaker, I beg to move a motion that the report from the Committee of the Whole House be adopted.
I put a question that the report of the Committee of the Whole House be adopted by this House. Those in favor say and the contrary nay. The ayes have it.
Bill's third reading, the Excise Duty Amendment Bill 2024.
Clerk, motion to recommit.
Madam Speaker, I move that we recommit clause 3 to deal with the proposals, actual amendments that I had proposed, including deleting the proposal to impose an additional tax on petroleum and diesel, on building materials and mineral water. So I move.
Seconded. I'm looking at those who are seconding. Seconded by Saro Pendi, by okay, speak to your motion.
Madam Speaker, just
give you specific explanation and then alternatives to
yes,
to raise money.
Just to reassert what I have already said, and many members have said, we are already charging a tax 1,450 on petroleum, on petrol, charging per liter, charging 1,300 on diesel. If we impose another tax, we are going to cause a lot of damage to the economy itself, because you have transportation of almost of everything that you are using. But also, most important, Madam Speaker, we have a budget that has officially been referred to us that is being proposed. These particular taxes, you are looking to raise about 150 billion. But in the budget that we are handling, you have 162 billion for donation. Last week, we are donating money to Magora. Really, you need to be sympathetic to taxpayers. That for you keep imposing charges one after another. So the proposal is that we do away with the tax on petrol and diesel. But also, as I mentioned when I presented the report, this country has a different...
I am also going to bring a proposal on removal of some expenditure.
Madam Speaker, in the report that I presented here, this country has a deficit of 2.5 million houses. We should be reducing taxes on building material. You cannot be imposing further taxes. So and then drinking water. That you in the government, you want to impose a further tax on drinking water. So the proposal, Madam Speaker, is that we recommit and have these matters deleted.
Right, Honorable Speaker.
I have
just
not
wanted-
put a question.
No, I just wanted to make a clarification, especially on the materials, building materials. Right, Honorable Speaker.
Honorable members, I am putting a question. I am putting a question. You first sit. Sechi. Honorable members, I want you people, one, I'm putting a question, whether we should recommit and delete those taxes. But, and then, if you're in support of deleting, you say aye. If, of recommittal. If you are not in support of recommittal and move as it is, by the way, I'm in the third reading. You say nay. Sarah, I am putting my questions. I am also gender. The person speaking is gender. Honorable members, I want you people to understand one thing. Whatever we are doing has an implication on this country. And tomorrow, as we pass this budget, as it affects both you and me and everybody outside there. Tomorrow, we should not be able to come here that the floods have swept Bukedea, or we should also not bring, we should not also bring bailouts. We should also not bring bailouts. Listen. I am guiding. I am guiding, I'm not debating. And I want to remind you, people, I'm a member of Parliament of Bukedea. Honorable members, as we do all this, what Honorable Semuju is saying, that much as we are doing this, you should not also come for bailouts that are not justifiable. That's what he's saying. But at the same time, we also have to be mindful. The boy is working. They're working. We should also be mindful of the services that we need to provide to our people down there, the hospitals, the roads, and whichever. I put a question. Tika, you are not. I put a question that Kilo 3 be recommitted as proposed by Honorable Semuju. Those in favor say on the contrary, nay. The nays have it.
Bill third reading, the Excise Duty Amendment Bill 2024.
Honorable Minister, what are you signing for?
Madam Speaker, Madam Speaker, I beg to move that the Excise Duty Amendment Bill 2024 be read for the first time and be passed. Okay,
I put a question that the Excise Duty Amendment Bill 2024 be read a third time and do pass. Those in favor say on the contrary, nay. The ayes have it.
A bill for an act titled the Excise Duty Amendment Act 2024.
The title is settled and the bill is passed.
Item 7, Bill second reading, the Supplementary Appropriation Bill 2023.
This is Uganda.
First. First. Honorable members. Honorable members. Honorable Minister.
Madam Speaker, I beg to move that the Supplementary Appropriations Bill 2023 be read for the second time.
It's 2023. Yes. No, it is 2023. No, 2023. We are correcting all the others. Honorable members, what the bill that has just been read is correcting the cycle, the accounting cycle. And that's why it is Appropriation Bill 2023. Yes, is it seconded? Is the bill seconded? Seconded by Finance, Sports, Karamoja Affairs, Honorable Tinka. Honorable Tinka, you tell your neighbor to stand. Pius, Afande, Mpindi, Aru, Agriculture, and all the ministers. Thank you. Would you speak to your bill?
Madam Speaker.
Even Honorable Kavuman, Elwelo and Harriet. And you're not in uniform. Yes.
Madam Speaker, the bill seeks to provide supplementary appropriation out of the consolidated fund under Article 156(3) of the Constitution and Section 25 of the Public Finance Management Act 2015 of a sum of 2 trillion.
There is a procedure matter from Lee.
Madam Speaker, thank you. We are listening to an appropriation bill which, according to our rules, should have been uploaded. And we are not seeing that document the minister is referring to.
It was uploaded on 27th of March.
So is the system down because we are trying to access
You
that?
just see there. There, it is there. Even the fiscal copies are there.
Our FESCO, maybe you could, Madam, you could guide, because we are not able to access it here at all.
Please pick the hard copy from your pigeon hole. There is a hard copy there. Please. IT, can you help the member? Yes. And it has a minority report.
Madam Speaker, the bill seeks to provide the supplementary appropriations out of the consolidated fund under Article 156(3) of the Constitution and Section 25 of the Public Finance Management Act 2015 of the sum of Uganda shillings 2 trillion 963 billion 131 million 525,000 only to meet additional expenditure for financial year 2022-2023. I submit, Madam.
Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Madam Chair and the House. Before I present the report on the Committee on Budget on the Supplementary Appropriation Bill 2023.
Madam Speaker, Thank you so much. As we continue, in order for us not to be faulted, as per Section 58 of the Public Finance Management Act, the way we've got now the bill, we are processing it. Can we also have a warrant of the Auditor General such that all is well concerning what we are about to appropriate? Thank you. Let it also be uploaded. We are getting money from the Petroleum Fund and it's
No. Honorable members, we need to understand what we are saying before we say it. This is for last financial year. We are completing the accounting cycle. This is the supplementaries of the previous financial years. Mugole. You know, Honorable, when I hear you saying is it provided for, at the end of the financial year, you crown all what you have passed in the supplementaries into one law. And that is what we are doing. We are not getting out all the schedules. We are not getting out even one single shilling. We are only putting all what we passed together in one schedule. So we are closing the financial year of the supplementaries. So that we open another one, which will come immediately after appropriation.
Madam Chair, if you read Section 25 of the Public Finance Management Act, it clearly talks about supplementary expenditure. It says that any expenditures that are over 3% shall be approved by Parliament through a supplementary appropriation bill. My understanding is when the minister brings such a bill, we are not just going to correct things. We are actually approving expenditure beyond what we already approved. So you need to guide us if we are merely correcting or we are, because the other expenditures we approved through such a process. And this is a similar process like the other. So how is it used to correct figures? That will be a very peculiar case. I would want to understand it properly.
By the way, we are not correcting figures. Honorable Minister, go ahead.
Madam Speaker, Section 35 of the Madam Speaker, Section 25 of the Public Finance Management Act 2015, as amended, provides for supplementary expenditure or appropriations. Madam Speaker, every financial year, we pass supplementaries through schedules. We have schedule number 1, where we normally bring supplementary expenditures within the 3%, and then the subsequent schedules follow. What happens when the year closes? We consolidate all these schedules into an act, which act into a bill for an act. So why we are here, Madam Speaker, is to, not performing a ceremony, to seek Parliament to regularize what we passed.
It is to comply with the law.
We are here to comply with the law by regularizing what we already passed in the Schedule 1 and the Schedule 2 of that financial year 2022-2023. In other words, the figures are the same. You can as well get the schedule, reconcile the figures. They are all the same. We are not changing anything. And this bill is not seeking new money or anything. It is just seeking to comply with Section 25.
And you find why there is a proposed amendment by the committee on some clauses it is a correction because there are some requests that were rejected and did not come as they were. That is what they are doing.
So they are, and
When-
also
Madam
there are
Speaker.
other minor errors.
Madam Speaker, some of
errors
those
and others
schedules
which
we already approved. Some we already approved have not been expended by the minister. So I wanted to understand, does your proposed bill,
Which one? Which one?
for example, the monies were approved in the supplementary expenditure and they have not been released to MDS. And what is it that we are going to approve minus those monies?
Honorable members, can I make a request that let's first get a report from the chair? The report will inform us of what we are doing, because some of us may not understand what it is. You give us a report, then the shadow will give us a report, and we. Patrick, let's first get a report, then you bring your matter.
Madam Speaker, thank you very much. Madam Speaker, we are dealing with a matter where we need further guidance, especially by the law. Just pushing us to understand may not help so much. Can we go to the law? And they tell us that in Schedule 1, we passed this amount of money and the MDS received the money. We passed the supplementaries here, MDS never received the money, and we are here compounding just a total where it is not even provided for in the law. Can you, Attorney General, first take us to the law? How do we deal with that?
Honorable Kotogong is saying it is the first time. You know, you are always in South Africa. It is the first time you are here when we are passing a budget. He's a leader of delegation, is always the other side. But we have always compounded at the end of the financial year. And if you have done, we've always done that. We are making a bill for an act of the supplementaries that were made, that were passed in the financial year. But he raises a pertinent issue that how come that we are doing this and yet some monies have not been released? So we need to confirm which monies have not been released, which MDS have not got their monies, and yet we pass them in the supplementaries.
Right, Honorable Speaker, that may be a bit dangerous to yeah, let me finish. Because you can't say no to something you don't know. You see, like we do the appropriation bill every year. It has figures that have been appropriated by Parliament, for which the Committee of Parliament will, at the end of the financial year, review to determine what was done and what was not done. Now, if Parliament approved a supplementary budget and it has figures A, B, C, D, those must go into their supplementary appropriations bill. Whether they were expended or not, it is not for the Parliament now to start doing a reconciliation. But
And that's why he said no, because my issue was, we may need to find out what it is so that we make a follow-up. That does not stop us from going ahead with getting the bill. But we need to make sure that you have to release the monies. If there are money, if they are there that have not been released.
Madam Speaker, we are dealing with an appropriation which expired at 30th June 2023. So the issue of release
a problem that
does
you're,
not apply in
the
this
problem
case.
you're making is, honorable members, this is 2022-2023 financial year.
So, Right Honorable Speaker, I think what's important now is for the committee to receive the report, to consolidate this into the bill, to confirm that indeed this is what Parliament did pass
Thank
at
you.
the time.
Thank you. Chair.
Thank you, Madam Chair, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I want to lay the minutes of the Committee of Budget with regard to this particular appropriation bill.
Leslie.
This is a report of the Committee of Budget on the Supplementary Appropriation Bill 2023. Right, Honorable Speaker and honorable members, the Supplementary Appropriation Bill 2023 was introduced in to this House for the first reading on the 28th of March 2024 in accordance with the Article 156 of the Constitution of the Republic of Uganda, 1995. The bill was referred to the Committee on Budget in accordance with Rule 153(4) of Rules of Procedure of the Parliament of Uganda. Right, Honorable Speaker and honorable members, during the implementation of the budget for the financial year 2022-2023, the government sought additional resources and reallocations to meet the expenditure requirements. One supplementary schedule, including addenda, thereto was laid before Parliament in accordance with the provisions of Article 156(3) of the Constitution of the Republic of Uganda and Section 25 of the Public Finance Management Act 2015 as amended. This schedule, therefore, was considered by the Budget Committee and subsequently approved by Parliament. Right, Honorable Speaker, I beg that you permit me to present to you a report of the Committee on the Supplementary Appropriation Bill 2023. And the object of this bill is to provide for supplementary appropriation out of the consolidated fund in accordance with Article 156(2) and 3 of the Constitution and Section 25 of the Public Finance Management Act 2015 as amended, a sum of 2,963,131,525,000 shillings only to meet additional expenditure for the financial year 2022-2023. Colleagues and Right Honorable Speaker, Article 156(2) and 3 of the Constitution provides as follows: 2, that if in respect of any financial year it is found, A, that the amount appropriated for any purpose under the Appropriation Act is insufficient, or that a need has arisen for expenditure for a purpose for which no amount had been appropriated by that act, or B, that any monies have been expended for any purpose in excess of the amount appropriated for that purpose, or for a purpose for which no amount had been appropriated by that act, a supplementary estimate showing the sums required or spent shall be laid down before Parliament, and in the case of excess expenditure, within 4 months after the money is spent. 3, where in respect of any financial year, a supplementary estimate or supplementary estimates have been approved by Parliament in accordance with Clause 2 of this article, a supplementary appropriation bill shall be introduced into Parliament in the financial year next
following the financial year to which the estimates relate, providing for the appropriation of the sum so approved for the purpose of specified in those estimates. Section 25 of the Public Finance Management Act 2015 as amended provides as follows. 25.1 that the total supplementary expenditure that requires additional resources over and above what is approved by Parliament shall not exceed 3% of the total approved budget for that financial year without approval of Parliament. Madam Speaker, during the implementation of the budget for the financial year 2022-23, government sought additional resources to meet its expenditure requirements as follows. On the 23rd of December 2022, the Minister of Finance, Plan and Economic Development laid before Parliament a supplementary expenditure estimate, Schedule 1, for financial year 22-23 amounting to 2.387 trillion. Furthermore, the Minister also laid an addendum 1 and 2 to the supplementary Schedule 1 amounting to 33.851 billion and 13.479 billion respectively on the 2nd of March 2023. In addition, the Minister laid Addendum 3 to Supplementary Schedule Number 1 of the financial year 2022-23 amounting to 38.85 billion on the 22nd of March 2023. An Addendum Number 4 amounting to 499 billion on the 30th of March 2023. In total, out of the above, the total of, from the all of sum of the above is Uganda shillings 1,434 billion, which was within the 3% legal limit. That's what the committee found out. Madam Speaker and colleagues, the committee held consultative meetings with the Minister of Finance. We received the supplementary expenditure schedules 1 as laid before the House, addenda, the resolutions of Parliament authorizing the expenditure, and these are the committee's observations and recommendations. Madam Speaker, inconsistencies in recurrent expenditures. The committee noted inconsistencies between the figures appearing under votes, namely votes 018 and 932, with what was approved by Parliament as indicated in the table below. Vote 018, Ministry of Gender, Labor and Social Development. Whereas Parliament approved 3,718,892 shillings. The supplementary appropriation bill captured 7,594,719,000, and that introduced a variation of an excess, an additional 4,118 shillings. Under vote 932, Tororo District, whereas the committee had approved 5,276,514 shillings, 435 shillings, 414,435 shillings. The appropriation bill had 5,267,514,000, and it was less by 9,435 shillings. Inconsistency in the development expenditures. There were also inconsistencies between the figures appearing under vote 701 and vote 703 with what was approved by Parliament as indicated in the table below. Vote 701, Apache Municipal Council. Whereas Parliament approved 3,897,379,041 shillings, the appropriation bill had 879,893,000. It was a variation of, it was less by 17,486,041 shillings. Vote 703, Bushenyi Ishaka Municipal Council. Parliament had not provided or approved any money. But there was supplementary, in the supplementary appropriation bill, 17,486,000 was introduced, and that was not approved by Parliament. So, Right Honorable Speaker and colleagues, as illustrated by the tables above, the committee notes that the supplementary appropriation bill contains amounts expended in respect of some votes, contrary to what was approved by Parliament. This is contrary to Article 156.3, that provides that the supplementary appropriation bill shall provide for the appropriation of the sums so approved by Parliament and for the purposes specified in those estimates. The committee further notes that the entire column 2 of the schedule to the bill contains amounts expended to all votes by rounding off the figures to the nearest 1,000, contrary to the actual figures that were not rounded off, which were approved by Parliament. Madam Speaker, the committee has put as Annex 1 and 2 a comparison of the figures contained in the Supplementary Appropriation Bill 2023 and the figures contained in the resolution of Parliament and are attached as Annex 1 and Annex 2. In conclusion, Madam Speaker and colleagues, the committee recommends that the Supplementary Appropriation Bill 2023 be passed into law subject to the proposed amendments below.
Thank you, Chair. Honorable. A minor, I thought we are getting the minority first.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. Because of the nature of the bill that we are dealing with, you will notice that whether it's the committee report, whether it's the minister's talking points, they are all short. I may not want to say it the way it is, but actually we're just performing a ceremony. This money we passed it.
Post-mortem.
This money we passed it, but the law says because you did an appropriations act, any additional funding, you do an act like you did. So, Madam Speaker, the minority report is 1.5 pages. Some of the information is just to bring it to the attention of Parliament. I don't have to repeat the figures that the chair has given that makes that a total. But just to refresh your mind, honorable members, you remember when we are dealing with these supplementary budgets, this is when government spent money on Munyonyo and came back here. And that money was approved by Parliament, unfortunately. Yeah, that is my opinion. You have yours. Again, there was also money for Atiak in these supplementary requests, which was also approved by Parliament. So the point of dissent, the first one is on non-compliance with the law. The Public Finance Management Act makes it a requirement that every bill presented to Parliament shall be accompanied by a certificate of financial implication. This bill does not have a certificate of financial implication. This certificate under Section 76 of this Act state that the certificate shall indicate the estimates of revenue and expenditure over a period of not less than 2 years after the coming into effect of the bill when passed. There was an attempt, okay, let me read. The bill has a commencement date as July 1st, 2022. There was an attempt in the committee to say that since this is a post-mortem, you don't need it, but it has a commencement date. The certificate shall indicate the impact of the bill on the economy. This in simple terms means total amount to be spent on implementation of the law and expected revenue. In this case, if you have foregone any amount, this Parliament should recall that this supplementary was financed through borrowing of 1 trillion from domestic financial institutions. 1,698 was expected from World Bank. 587 billion, I beg your pardon, there from URA. We therefore think that Parliament should have been briefed, and that's the matter that MPs earlier spoke about, just to be briefed. It's not a requirement, but it should have been briefed on the money you went to borrow. Did you borrow? Did you spend it? And then finally, Madam Speaker, when you look at the report of the Auditor General on the same financial year, the Auditor General has a different figure of the total supplementary budget, which is 4.4 trillion. That's on page 19. So can the minister help us as we move to perform this function, whether we may not need a reconciliation with what Auditor General, and the reason I'm saying this, all the reports that are brought here by Minister of Finance, they're actually conflicting with the Auditor General. When they brought a report on the public debt, they said the total public debt is 84 trillion. The Auditor General says 97. So don't we need a reconciliation to be sure that as we close that financial year, we are actually using the right figure? Because that's, if the minister doesn't have, I can give him pages of the Auditor General. So, Honorable Speaker, I beg to move.
Thank you. Thank you so much. Auditor General. I mean, Attorney General.
Thank you very much, Right Honorable Speaker. Thank you very much, Honorable Honorable Sechku. Thank you very much, Honorable Semuju. The comments are well received. I think the only, while the points you raise are important for the Public Accounts Committee and the Committee of the House that deals with scrutinizing the budget estimates and how they have worked to look at these, we need to be careful not to mix up appropriation and budget, because the government may have a budget, a plan, and say, I want to spend 20 trillion, for example, but Parliament only appropriates 2 trillion. Then that means the other part which was not appropriated by Parliament was not actually dealt with. So while we take that point strictly, I think today we need to address our mind to the monies that were appropriated by Parliament. And the committee has said very well that yes, what was appropriated by Parliament is the only thing that should go into the bill. And that is what is important. Beg to submit.
Madam Speaker, I just want to the Attorney General to help. You are talking of a supplementary of 2022-23. That account was closed and the Auditor General has audited. I want to start from there. The Auditor General has audited. The report is already in the House. Now, what is this supplementary you're bringing when the financial year is closed? No, that's the appropriation bill. Why you see, the Auditor General was given appropriation, which he issued a warrant, which he has audited, and he has produced the accounts. Now you are coming again for another appropriation, which you want Auditor General to give a warrant and audit. Which accounts is he going to call this time?
I think here what the member raises is actually important, and I've taken note of that, and Honorable Semju also raised it. I think there is a need to tweak the law a little bit, because what we are doing here is what the law says. The Public Finance Management Act requires, Section 25 requires us to have a supplementary appropriations bill. Only difference, it did not tell us when. And I think what is important is for us to put the when in the law on this.
Madam Speaker, the Auditor General audits the appropriation. What you're bringing now, if we appropriate, who is going to audit? And if it's the Auditor General, he's going to name it which year, which financial year.
Honorable Nathan, I want to refer you to Article 156. 156 2A. If in respect of any financial year, it is found that the amount appropriated for any purpose under Appropriation Act is insufficient, or that there is need as reason for expenditure for the purpose for which no amount has been appropriated by that act, or that any monies have been expended by any purpose in excess of the amount appropriated for that purpose, or for purpose for which no amount has been appropriated by the act. A supplementary estimate showing the sum required or spent shall be laid down before Parliament in the excess of excess expenditure within 4 months after the money has been spent.
Madam,
Which we have been doing.
Madam Speaker, that's why whatever you're bringing is within the year, exactly under 4 years. So for example now, Madam Speaker, you have read the constitution is very clear and the PFM. What it says.
You know what they have been bringing is a schedule. Now we are bringing in a bill to consolidate all of them. Consolidate them and have an act once it is assented to.
Right,
Yes,
Honorable Speaker.
Madam Speaker, you have actually guided right that if you read Article 56, 3, Article 56, 3, 156, it actually allows for that appropriation bill to be brought in the next financial year, which is okay. But the fundamental question here is, was that money actually spent? I think that is the fundamental question the minister must address us on, so that what we are going to approve must be the money which was spent, because now the financial year has passed. So we are doing both accountability and the action of approving.
Honorable members, that's what you ought to do during your oversight role. That's why we have committees, and it is the Auditor General who is supposed to find out whether there is money spent or unspent funds. That one is something that we should be able to handle.
You are right. That's our job. And the reason why
Honorable members, before we first go far, I have visitors here who want to go away. In the public gallery, this afternoon. No, I have a guest, a delegation from Bukedia district, represented by Honorable Ikojo, Honorable Polot. Where are you? Stand up. From the district, and Honorable Anita Among. You're most welcome. Thank you. Thank you so much. And their Muko is there. Thank you so much for coming. And they are here to observe the proceedings. Honorable members, we also have a delegation of leaders from Busongora County, South Kasese. Where are you? They are there. They are represented by Honorable Thembo Gideon Mujungu and Honorable Florence. They include Kananura John Bosco, LOC3. Welcome. Kachanchu Bald, that's the speaker. Birunji Powell, secretary. Honor Bagonza John, youth leader. Hane Roberts, Baronsi, Bridget and Asime Frank, Kaheru Robert, and Katege Robert. You're most welcome. Thank you so much for coming. The certificate of financial implication that we've just gotten out of the library is here, which was raised by who? By Honorable Joe Lee. Please go ahead.
Madam Speaker, I want to make this clear. The commitment of the budget is section 15 of the PFM, and this will be clear showing the cash flow of government, which is based on procurement plans, work plans, and recruitment plans approved by Parliament. And under 17, the expire of appropriation. It says every appropriation by Parliament shall expire and cease to have an effect at the close of financial year for which it is made. At close of each financial for which it is made. And Madam Speaker, a vote that does not expend money that was appropriated, the vote for the financial at the close of financial, they pay the money to the consolidated fund. And they say a vote that repays money under subsection shall revise the annual plan. This is now the process. So Madam Speaker, what I'm trying to raise, if the law says 4 months to lay it before the House, and because before anything, a supplementary we must approve, that means 4 months. If this was presented on 30th, I'm just giving an example.
4 months is for the schedule. The bill is for in the next financial year, subsequent year.
That's what I'm saying, Madam Chair. And Madam Chair, even the schedule, there's always an appropriation for it. And the appropriation, we want to say, this one, the Attorney General presented it on 30th June of 2023. It means 4 months should have been on the 30th November 2023. That means that's the time when the Auditor General would have really looked at it, so that when he issues the report on 31st December 2023, this thing would have been taken care of. And why we're raising this, you're bringing an appropriation at the time when the Auditor General, who gives a warrant, has got to produce outside the accounts. And I say, Attorney General, if there's a problem in the law, you must deal with it. Because these things you're raising are very dangerous, and the accounts are closed. And for me, I want the Auditor General.
There's information from your young brother. No, Masawa is a very brilliant boy.
I'm just trying to give my senior, he's my senior, and I'm still learning from him some information. What he's raising is quite pertinent, but remember, the Auditor General's year ends in December.
Yes.
And what we are looking at is supposed to be handled in the next financial year, which is this financial year. Actually, what we are doing here is more of a post-mortem. There is nothing we can change. So we are just consolidating, adding all the schedules and putting them into one bill. No, I'm trying to explain.
No, let Masaba finish.
Let me finish.
Let Masaba finish.
Let me finish.
Let Masaba finish.
When you look at like the figures we've raised, the likes of money going to Munyonyo, where the money was spent, and whatever was not spent was taken back, was swept away to the consolidated fund. So what we're actually doing is just adding the totals and putting it into one bill. I think there is nothing more we can do to change this unless it is us to propose to amend the law ourselves. But what we are doing is a done.
This young man has a bright future.
No, Madam Chair.
Honorable member.
Madam Speaker, Madam Chair, before you rule. No.
Members.
I want to make a correction. Looking for the accounts of 2024. We are looking for the financial year 2022-24, which ended on the 30th.
23.
Yes.
22, 23.
That's what we're saying, 22-23, which ended on 30th June 2023. The Auditor General, the one that the younger man is raising, is basically when the Auditor General is supposed to submit the audit report. The audit report was submitted on 31st December 2023. So I wanted to help the younger man to know the figure they have. what we're raising
It's okay.
so the younger man, this information is a misinformation. There is
Thank
no
you.
bright future.
Honorable members, I put a question that the supplementary appropriation bill 2023 be read the second time. Those in favor say on the contrary, nay. The ayes have it.
The Supplementary Appropriation Bill 2023, Bills Committee stage.
Honorable Nathan Nandala. Honorable Nathan, first come back. The young man is learning from you. He's learning. Clause 1.
Clause 1.
I put a question that clause 1 stands part of the bill. Those in favor say on the contrary, nay. The ayes have it.
Clause 2.
I put a question that clause 2 stands part of the bill. Those in favor say on the contrary, nay. The ayes have it.
Schedule.
I put a question. You have a
Madam Chair, amendment of the schedule, column 1 of the schedule on recurrent expenditure. The committee proposes to amend column 1 of the schedule by replacing the words financial year 2020/2021 with the financial year 2022/2023 in the following votes. Votes 005, 112, 114, 115, 117, 165, 302, 303, and 306. Justification is to correct an error as this supplementary appropriation bill relates to the supplementary expenditure estimates for the financial year 2022-2023. 2, Madam Chair, also to amend column 1 of the schedule by replacing the words financial year 2018-2019 with the financial year 2022/2023 in the following votes. Votes 010 and vote 414. Justification is to correct an error as this supplementary appropriation bill relates to supplementary expenditure estimates for financial year 2022 and 2023.
Minister.
Madam Chair, I agree with the committee.
Thank you. I put a question that the schedule be amended as proposed. Those in favor say on the contrary, nay. The ayes have it.
The schedule as amended.
I put a question that the schedule as amended stands part of the bill. Those in favor say on the contrary, nay. The ayes have it.
Title.
Madam Chair, amendment of schedule on column 2 to replace the entire column 2 of the schedule to the bill with amounts contained in Annex A attached. Justification is to align the figures indicated in the bill with the actual figures that were approved by Parliament. I'd like to move.
Thank you. And since we already put a question, the Hansard should be able to pick all the figures that have been mentioned here and include it. Yeah. So the people drafting will include it. Title.
Title.
I put a question that the title stands part of the bill. Those in favor say on the contrary, nay. The ayes have it.
Motion for resumption of the House.
Honorable Minister.
Madam Chair, I beg to move a motion that the House do resume and the Committee of the whole House reports thereto.
I put a question that the House does resume and the Committee of the whole House reports there too. Those in favor say and the contrary nay. Let's have it.
Report of the Committee of the Whole House.
Honorable Minister.
Madam Speaker, I beg to report that the Committee of the Whole House has considered the bill entitled the Supplementary Appropriations Bill 2023 and passed it with amendments.
Motion for adoption of the report of the Committee of the Whole House.
Madam Speaker and honorable colleagues, I beg to move a motion that the report from the Committee of the Whole House be adopted.
I put a question that the report of the Committee of the Whole House be adopted with by this House. Those in favor say and the contrary nay. The ayes have it.
Bill's third reading, the Supplementary Appropriation Bill 2023.
I beg to move that the Supplementary Appropriations Bill 2023 be read for the third time and do pass.
I put a question that the Supplementary Appropriation Bill 2023 be read the third time and do pass. Those in favor say and the contrary nay. The ayes have it.
A bill for an act titled the Supplementary Appropriation Act 2023.
Title settled and the bill passed. Congratulations. Honorable members, we will suspend the House for 2 hours. 2 hours, that's what time? We'll be back at 3:30. Honorable Nathan, don't forget to come back to the House and members be around. This time I'm going to count the members who are around and then I will act in another way. Thank you.
Yeah. Yeah. Okay, see you later.
I'm just asking at what time. I'm not saying I'm sending you now. Oh. They did damage point. They brought it yesterday. Which is that precious. It's another precious. The point they brought it yesterday. A precious show. Video don't make wonderful. The so what is training back to the video time but kamati anakutu video kero don awati then it looks me na name pizza really like that tapi dia orang ada kayak gitu tapi dia apa pero what the team no kan no dia no ka pero na pari free original but đọc mấy phần ngồi về bài trẻ cái nào đấy nhiều ngon đấy chỉ là qua Because the son has been embarrassing. Then another one. Yeah. Yeah. Minimum break up to make it bad. So I will keep it there. White one. Abantu bali idle. Bad.
takuba enduru ng'amenya ababbi bali wano bazze wano. Mulabe n'olugambo. Aleka buzwagibwa.
Next weekend is around the knee.
Yeah.
Agenda kutuzote hapana.
Wara kwate ninkugambe. Mwenda kwiba chimana eno. Ndebira umuseni. Abana bengo kwenda support kaka kusikiti komo. Uteje sente yimwanire sente yifayi. Urumwana kana mushuma. Ichino mushuma wa. Ichi chuma kaka kani nicho totali faya yifeje atari. Yabana bae. Daka naka buje. Mene ndo second power. Moja hake ni kania kwa tia. Ni namba bana za. Ndio kumesha. Zadora sasa hivi. Sasa ni milioni 10 Zadora. Ndio zekanti. 37 billion. Kizite tu kiambire mtende vindi. Wana kanikia sente. Kine tu kiambire chintu kibyabo kimbagarire we need money. Sente sasa ndio konko kamera mkasho. Mkasate billion. Ene checho. Kasho kwa mchina ni mkore. Mtu bara. Ningeta mathematics. Na pesa ndo 300 muzava ni interest hapo si yo mcheche arona mkazo kinakwenda kwa sura tangu kwa na hati tukatandika na situation kuruhusu za itaromo ya kusimbisha yaba kazi maka wa kazi mpaka nyewe kwa sura kwamba sana mambo kama isimena akanya wata kaza politics kastarazi je mko msingi aketi zano kwetu wakashika shire kuri kamrezire kamre last weekend and come single way is one of the people I defeated aketi mubuze agana maana ndio yeka ukazana mkamsingi nani wanze ni mwateto ya shabana kwa ID ne I see. Takaza yakanya mutanga kwa ichiba mukoze gano uyo mwaka mwaka bakana mambo wako kusini ngwa bwinshi abumwana acha kwali acha ari kugabira bakaze mpuzi ko kaine kama banje ko mukazi na rero bakamukeza bakakana group bakamwa 1.5 billion ya yanga kwa amazi biziro mu chiko manyalo bakabaja mukine mwese mtia yes they get a 1.5 kino uyagire hono rero abamwe 1.5 no wako 3 billion nyowe ora kamtagamba amazima kama tene uzumgazi wana bakadiriye ni ngumanisha ko kundu kama tele tukachukua kila kaha kusuranta 1.5 iwa kango kinyo kandi wanteye nyinyi kama kila kaha basi nje kumoguzi sana kama tele takafunika weza kama kama mkazi kama kama baka kango bodi yara kujengine zimbagi asema ni wakutambira akiyo hiyo group Mweza za kwanza pia mweza ni bana shangile mtahenyi wana mposto mweza hizo sete iwe konsulante ya 1.5 ndio wakati wakasibu kwanza isente zotazije mu bisinzi wakara kikara ngine uri yaga waka pale mwaka meeting kwa kuba kampeza za kweni 1.5 kuba 1.5 kwa kuba mwenze imtwara tano yake imetoka pia tanado go kwa mbele kara ndona wakaba tambia ni taraji kama tena tukabonese hata nazibona nagumanindira abaturagana baye bahanje muri muriro nangana yaye bahanje mukuru ko kudire abaguru ko awa nanguze ndasha kuzumgeje group ntaka hasi uje tufate twaherwe ya 7 features and promote only women in coffee business. Education business yaba shida kwa so we work in that share person we can go to our omukazi eyopepe konsera ntashobora ngo mwana gwihire peka ngo ngekera ubwira ko ukagati zayo ari kurungi konsera yapinga akafuna project kutapinga mpaka kuna project kurunda katayiwe ya house na solar dryer so na dealing na government abafundi aba kwenje wonu mani mwana kwa kafune so all farmers bring car center for drying and grading. She's making money. Money. So that's what we agreed. She's making a lot of money. Ona kazanda mzangu ngapo mageti. Pichka wangu wali bastunge tu wastunge. Watch the night. President. Wa president. Sasa na wewe eh. Rokoruti. Okuya itawa ke chungu. Kweta wantaba chik. Arampunga maverna chungu. Tena nijya barokore. Barajunja barokore. Ebiri 15 warukungiri. Tena hapana kunwenda kwa space kanobuza. Urwamkaga nibara. Urwakabi. Nasa nijya barokore ba. Nijya tunga. Nijya miane. Nijya choma chichomani. Rirota. Ye Julia Banca. Ile Julia Banca. Na nienda kusomera akaunti mama cheki ndio yaba. Julia Banca yenyewe ni cheki. 105 320 889 289 28 044 9 Debere yeah. No más pasa que te campo de robo, no es mi video, si a mí no tengo video. Da tanto que no se hace dar, y me van a copiar. Al fin de por en chapar. Cuando me mata. No también da un paso por el. Un chapar un caché. Wale wale mkubona. Nje kare ni banda. Ndio kwa sababu ni bazana sana buru kuchochi. Yana kistande ni kate jimbo. Kisha kwa watu mkubwa kuzenya jangu tatu. Ya mabos class ngapo. Kato. Kine kasevenia. So when is women she did survive the factory no kabataranye si and bakayiriza mwana bantu oh that was nice very nice very nice now they are that's nice financially. Finance is not important, but your presence and what you tell people, it gives people what they tell people. Do you think people are money, yes, but Nja kweta mu district yange obugana abakyala. Matters. Matters. You know what they're doing to us? They're just talking for. And where are they heading? Are they not going to grow old? They have a gold class. Yeah, I still she's the gold class. So make it clear. For me, I'm a gold class. That is get out. I would have given my uniform.
They are 21. You must watch it. I will fight for them because now I'm in hibernation. Let them. And why not go competing and because at the end of the time, nobody come here. They never so they are really can you be in 20 places? So you wait for them 23 now. For one frag, I don't know whether they will take one, will take a leg of the crane, another one ahead. So they are so
my brother.
Do I even know the ones I have attended?
The people have other problems.
May I decided I didn't remember. Even I've had one function. I wanted one member. I went to only one. Then one function I needed only 4. And all not from Western. I wanted from Uganda. And I took them. I never wanted them, but the mayor is in the N'abantu iwe mwana obunaye simba na Paula kukiona jamu no kustatisia Paula wetoteza ruchiko wasema
ate chinga kakagezengero sifa omuntu oli mu leadership nono omayita kuzinisa takugeza
wabile jo kumukuma bibi
nojo mukajja batajo mu leadership yana mutwala kuko ngo musisa ukasingana
Are you related from one to another? Who's already there? Starting. You understand the
Why should I do why should I do my research? And all that body. When I move watch. So you better join the in the big fight on that's the one. Upande kukae kumanya baba maji hata mtenda vya kutetea upande paka bila wali maka tunawali ngada kwa one of No, it's our man. They have seen it. I've seen the power of money. Money. Money has power. Hello. Fine, how are you? Oh.
My committee, that's why I don't see it. We don't have any business together now. We are missing.
For what? For the other people. This time I'm not listening. I'm going to follow you. Okay.
When you stop and find the brother,
You are a bully.
kati tewakyakiriza nti neebake kubanga bwe ngendako mbagamba nti minisita
Honorable members, welcome back from lunch. Honorable members, when you work all the time and you don't rest, it becomes boring. And Dr. Cheng here will tell you, you can even fall sick. I first want to invite you to members' lunch. Then we come back. I am inviting you now to the members' lunch. We first rest, then we come back at 6. Honorable Bua, what do you think?
Right, Honorable Speaker, you have already guided. And you know, there is a saying that in the park, when a giraffe takes off to a certain direction, the other animals may not dare ask why the giraffe has taken off. Right, Honorable Speaker, the issue is arising from our protracted consultations with the Committee on Budget following the referral of the corrigenda this morning. The committee has requested, because they are in the process of harmonizing, and as such, they have requested that the committee can only be ready at 6 p.m. today. And in the circumstances, Right Honorable Speaker, you can guide. We are dealing with figures. The moment the committee is ready, we would really implore Parliament that we proceed and supply. So they have requested for 2 hours up to 6 p.m. In the circumstances of your guidance, I would pray that we move and check how the members' lunch looks like, especially the new look. Thank you.
Thank you. Cosmas?
Thank you very much, Right Honorable Speaker and honorable members. Without diverting what the government chief whip has just stated as guided by the Speaker, I just would like to take this opportunity, first of all, to thank all of you. As you may have learned, on the 27th of October last year, I got involved in an accident where I slid and I hit my head on the floor. A simple accident as it seemed, but eventually turned very nasty. So I've actually not been in the house for the last 7 months. I felt I owe you a lot of thanks, particularly the Office of the Speaker, Minister of Health, particularly the Minister of Health, Dr. Cheng, Honorable Peter Gwang, and many of you, Honorable Chweru. I had Honorable Boalu and Honorable Cooper all by my bedside when I was in hospital. So I owe you a lot of thanks for your prayers and support. I felt really very uncomfortable sitting here without getting this opportunity to thank you. I definitely feel with these few words, I'm now very free to interact with you. Right Honorable Speaker visited me in the hospital in Mulago, and Dr. Cheng did a lot in conjunction with the Speaker to ensure that I got the best services.
Thank
As
you.
we conclude the budgeting process, I just have only one plea. We have a very big asset in our health systems, particularly Mulago Hospital. And I think that applies to all other referral hospitals. I request that when you are admitted or when you fall sick, there is nothing like unfunded priority in hospital. If you need Panadol, you need it. There'll be no saying that there's no money or there's no unfunded aspect of a treatment that you are getting. My plea and request is that let's support the Ministry of Health, particularly Mulago and all our referral hospitals. We have an asset, and indeed, I don't think having unfunded priority in a hospital really works. So thank you all, honorable members. Much better now. I think I'm at 90%, and I hope to be participating in these debates in the House. Working on a line is very different from working when you're with members here. Thank you very much, Right Honorable Speaker.
Thank you, honorable members. I have always told you people, Mulago is one of the best hospital you can ever think of. When we got him in the ICU, and I was wondering, why do people go out? But we need to make sure that we make our Mulago the real Mulago that we would want to be. I have an international Mulago. I want to take this opportunity to welcome all of you with the love to the members launch up to 6. Thank you. House is suspended to 6.
But those were How did I balance?
So you need a man sustaining. You want this one? Easier. I like it. Too many like them.
Where are you having these people? You're there. He's passing me to
Jay. Here I'm. So I'm going everywhere in Uganda. I know what to do. The president go around and I'm going to pass on everywhere.
Right here. Let's plan for
I told you plan.
You know, wait. I told you I applied for. They told me I've I asked for 1.4 billion.
And you what you need to say your question down there.
No, me, I asked several thousand. So because I have two programs. One program is so much that is one of those ones I can pay up. But another one I want to pay adult literacy. Adult literacy.
So I'm going to be a good Agabe mugende wakulwe.
One of my life, they also said, yeah, you're going to come back. The life that
Like they know what you say. Like they can once But they don't know how to beat this one.
My brother, where are you? You're up drinking without. Your members now enjoying without you. Where are you? I'm not in an afro, but I am there. Where is right now? I'm in the house. I'm here with our boss. Anna. Told me that I told you. And you are doing Yes. Yes, now I'm set to find in the VIP now. Where are you? Are you very busy? What? What was it? All right. What is it? But have you seen the one we have, where they put the top of this line? I want to adapt it like that. And it has up to you. And it has up to you. So I last time, but now the talk I wanted to speak how they drop A4 paper. Yeah, that size. On top, at the very top, like how you can deposit something but you can't pick it out. There's enough space to drop paper. I want to be able to drop A4 every people try to get at
Yes, I don't know actually the bishop. You can business business zana mugongo wao wakatoa ndi kandi bakona ndiye maisha kwa korora bigire ya kwa tano actually hata business wakatoa ndi ndio kali ni ndio aha atibo tunachenge na kora bila kwa tano kanapo tunaangalia tunafikia asante jambo vidogo break together kina yao kwenda dina kusekeleza that's we have a topic the moment you give a drop for this small opponent, we're giving them a chance at bonus. It's not to give a drop. People who are for that. Okay, now, yes, but support they are dinner. No. 100,000. Alikamanga baba. Chumanga. It's a student story. Bagaba, actually captured the Alba.
But don't allow anyone my seat.
Okay.
Honorable members, welcome back once again. Sechi, hope you had fun. We are waiting for the report. The chair is on the way. But one thing that I just want to inform you, as Parliament, and we said we want a digital Parliament. Because we want a digital Parliament, and we have always complained of members who don't want to attend. The system has been changed, that it captures your face, so that if somebody says that you didn't attend the house, so we should be able to give evidence that this person attended the house. So now the system that is there captures the face, and even when you're 2 meters away. And we are trying to make it digital in a way that we should even be able to have a house when you are at home. We want a digital Parliament now. Yes. Yes.
Madam Speaker, I want to thank you. As you wait for the report, I wanted Madam Speaker to bring it to you, to your attention and the attention of Parliament, about what has happened to 2 colleagues, the Honorable Francis Mwijuche, who was nearly killed by Kanyama's panga wielding men as he went to protect as he went to protect the church land. But also the Honorable Nyeko.
Honorable, he did not go to protect. We had gone for prayers. That's the information he gave me when I checked on him. He was in church for prayers. So the other people came.
And then the second colleague is the Honorable Nyeko, whose home, the MP for Machindie East, whose home was raided by I don't know which clan, but all the clans of security were there. And at the time they raided his house, his family, the wife was there, who went through a traumatic experience. People asking a civilian to produce military attire and so on and so forth. So, Madam Speaker, I wanted to bring that matter to your attention, to attention of Parliament, and to request the government, the most senior person representing government, since there is one who said he himself is government, to explain to Parliament steps that have been taken since the Honorable Mwijuche was attacked, but also since the home of the Honorable Nyeko was raided. Steps taken to secure the two colleagues and then their health, because you have a duty. We are all in your hands. So that's the matter, Right Honorable Speaker, I wanted to raise, taking advantage of the report that we are waiting.
Thank you. Maybe just on Honorable Mwijuche, when I got a call from the church on what was happening, we asked him to be evacuated to Mbarara, where he was admitted temporarily, and he got first aid from there. Then we sent our ambulance, parliamentary ambulance, to pick him, and he had been since admitted in Nakasero Hospital. And as of this afternoon, he says he's having severe headache, severe. So what we intend to do is to have him rechecked. If it means referring him out, we'll do that. We'll make sure that our member is really safe. So we checked on him, and it was really a bad incident that took place. It was a very bad incident. Attorney General, these people used pangas. Pangas. And as we speak now, I don't know where the panga killing is coming from again. It is happening in Lois. What did you say?
Thank you, Right Honourable Speaker, for giving this opportunity. Right Honourable Speaker, on Thursday night, last Thursday, that was 9th, 3 people were attacked by panga wielding guys.
Free sitting.
By panga wielding guys, Right Honourable Speaker. 2 died. One was buried on Sunday. The other one was referred to Mulago, died on Monday, was buried on Tuesday. The speaker for Buwenge sub-county was also attacked. He was discharged on Sunday. Right Honourable Speaker, yesterday evening, a 6-year-old girl was attacked and she's now in hospital. It has been happening to border guys because many have been killed. They wanted borders, but this time they're attacking people who are moving. Thank you.
Thank you. Attorney General, you're getting it. And Honorable Nyeko, I'm told was attacked by, I don't know whether the army has clans. Yes, please.
Thank you, Right Honourable Speaker. Just in addition to what my honourable colleague has said, yesterday I managed to visit the Honourable Mwijuche Francis. And what he told me was that these people are using old pangas and sticks with nails, seemingly that they have been stored in a certain place for a long period of time. Our understanding is that it is organized crime, and these people are hired to go and attack and do some work for some business people or land grabbers, like he said. So our responsibility is to find out and crack down on this organized crime because according to him, it was not new pangas. It was old pangas that were picked from a store to do that particular work. And in addition, Right Honorable Speaker, I also managed to speak to the Honorable Nyeko Derrick. His home was attacked by police and military personnel. And they came looking for guns in his household. They continuously asked his wife to provide, or rather to give them the gun of the Honorable Nyeko. They left his house with an overall, a black overall, and they claimed that it belongs to the anti-terrorism group. They took his boots. So seemingly there is also something wrong, and that's where we need the government to come and explain, because it could have been Nyeko, Honorable Mwejuchi. Tomorrow it can be any one of us. So thank you, Right Honorable Speaker.
Thank you. On Attorney General.
Thank you very much, Right Honorable Speaker. Right Honorable Speaker, we shall get details of that, but I know that there is an investigation that is ongoing, and we shall come back. Minister will come back and give a clear report on this issue. But what we can assure you, Honorable Katali, is that if we can also assist as much as possible as you report here, for these people to report these to the nearest police station. And also, if after this we could share with us, you could share with us the reference numbers, because it helps us as the first point of reporting. It helps us for easy follow-up. But we will follow up on all these matters, and I'll ensure that the Minister of Internal Affairs comes and makes a statement on the same.
And these attacks on our members, really. And leave alone the members, all the people who are being killed. Everybody deserves life. Yes.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. You see, this has not happened this morning. Meaning that if the Right Honorable Attorney General was alert, he would have come with some information so that he can be able to brief Parliament on the situation, what happened, and the steps so far taken. But the matters of Honorable Mwejuchi, who is not read, I'll take the information from the area, Right Honorable Speaker.
Thank you, Honorable, for giving way. Right Honorable Speaker, the information I want to give the Attorney General, the attackers came with their faces open. They are the people that are known by the people in that place. So I don't think there is time for you to tell us that they are investigating when the people who attacked are there at large and are known by the community. Thank you. That's what I wanted to say.
It therefore goes to show that the Right Honorable Attorney General is very mean with the information he has.
You see, the problem is, Oliver, when this issue happened, did you report it to government?
Yes, Right Honorable Speaker. This was reported, and the local government of Buweju, from the RDC, DPC, and the rest, the security personnel in the district, are aware of what happened. And we did not stop there. We even went to the police, the headquarters in Bushenyi, and we reported the case. And I'm very sure that, as they said, they are doing their investigations, but the people are known, Madam Speaker.
Honorable Attorney General, if the people are known, why don't you really send a team there to
Right Honorable Speaker and honorable colleagues, the matter was reported to police. Police has not reported to us that it has failed to handle the matter. If, like the honorable member is saying, they are known, we shall get them and deal with them in accordance with the law. Honorable colleagues, allow police to complete its work so that we can come back and report appropriate.
Anyway, honorable members, we are asking a wrong person. We are asking,
But he's here as the leader of government business, as
Anyway,
the one in charge,
anyway, for
one
us,
present here.
anyway, for us as parliament, when we got a report, we immediately acted on our member. And we will continue acting. As we finish the house, Honorable Mwijiche, since he got hurt in the brain, we have to send him for further medication and examination. It was really a bad one. Next item.
Item 5.
There is something we have been waiting for.
Yes.
It has come.
Yes.
And now we are ready for.
We are very ready, but there
Okay.
was, but you've
Say
not
she,
guided on, yes, you've not guided on the issue of Honorable Nyeko. Because by the time a raid had been arranged,
No,
and
that's
organized,
what I'm saying. We are
you've
asking
not
a wrong
guided on
person.
the same.
We are asking a wrong person. Let the ministry. Let's hear from the government chief whip. The government is here.
Right, Honorable Speaker, in addition to what the learned Attorney General and Principal Legal Advisor of Government has stated, we can only undertake as government to brief Parliament on the findings of the investigations, one, on the attack of our colleague, Honorable Francis, and two, on the alleged raid of the home of Honorable Nyeko, by the state that cannot be explained. In the same vein,